And hello, everybody. This music's a little somber for the intro, but we're just gonna leave it. Good evening. We're the name below my name. We're Hard Knock Dice. Here for a session of Saltmarsh, which is my name is above the name that's below my name. Is me, Ian, the Dungeon Master for this session and campaign in general. On these gentlemen to my right and left, because y'all aren't above, so I can't say all around me because I don't have people above me or below me. Are our players, your heroes, my friends, my buddies, my pals, victims at times, depending on the day. Yeah. So, before we get going here, brief announcement as per usual is that we have our Extra Life charity drive on hold while we are instead promoting the International Medical Corps, who are doing stuff to help people over in Ukraine, both on the physical and mental well-being side of things. So definitely encourage you to click on that link. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Click on that link, donate what you can. Every little bit helps. If you don't feel like donating to them, just take a look around. There's plenty of different people that are doing the same. Just do your research. Be careful, because there's a lot of shitty dudes and folks, just shitty dudes and ladies and people all over the place that try to take advantage of stuff. Aside from that, does anybody else have anything they want to announce? Anything super exciting? Anybody adopt a puppy or a kitten, I suppose? An animal? Anybody adopt an animal? Okay. Y'all suck. Where the puppies at? That's what I want, a puppy. We had one of our friends bring his dog over to our house over the weekend. I want a dog.
Yeah.
Anywho, last week on the Gosm, the Saltmarsh, the ghosts, whole lot. We've had a dearth of ghosts, I will say, in the Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Gotta rectify that. But our heroes, brave as they are, took a nap that night. Had a couple conversations, kind of feeling some things out within the party. Jakob discussing his potential departure with Gloob, planning to eventually, from what he said, discuss with all members of the party, and hopefully consult with one Darby Goodman, as he is the accompanied gentleman in question. But that continues to roll along. Gloob consulting with Bart on potential Sky People. What is interacting with them like? Does Sorolli talk to him? Trying to put a finger on what entity intervened on his behalf in his latest dream involving Granny Nightshade. Perhaps it's Sorolli. He's not sure. He's trying to find out, though. But our party then took a nap, woke up the next day, told Darby to fuck off somewhere and be useful, and started paying some visits to NPCs, the first of which being Captain Zindros, getting a little bit of information that she was able to gather for them. Not making any purchases yet, as they are still broke as all hell, and but Julian acquiring a package that he had previously asked her to acquire. Mysterious, rectangular in nature. But also hearing that she's planning on leaving Saltmarsh in the relatively near future. They then split up. Julian and Jakob splitting into the tall and shorts, as it were. Julian and Jakob going off to visit with one Ida Owland, trying to get some answers from her on what happened while they were away, what happened in regards to Firebrand, what her opinions on it are, and in what ways she may be able to assist. Garnering a lot of there was a lot of mystery. A lot of what was done was by the book. They came in, they didn't do anything untoward. They came in, they made cursory searches of every member of the council's homes before settling into a deeper investigation of the homes of both Eleander Firebrand as well as Gillen Primwater, and seeming to have very sturdy proof as far as they could tell, seeming to be not brand new, in their own hand, using ciphers that seemed to incriminate them pretty heavily. Gloob and Bart paying a visit to Manistrad Copperlocks, the representative and leader of the Dwarven mining group that is here within Saltmarsh, getting much of the same information, though just like hearing from her that she, during her travels, she did trust Firebrand, and that he had never seemed untoward or of any sort. He seemed trustworthy and honest, but at the same time, she wasn't close friends with him and had kind of kept out of the politics within Saltmarsh, but saying that she would do what she could for them, getting a name of the names of the runners and the couriers. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. The couriers who had taken these messages to Seaton in hopes of getting their in the hopes of getting their assistance. Joining Jakob also paying a visit to a temple of Procan, asking the priest, the local father, if this medallion that was being used to track them had any particular religious significance, being told that no, and also disenchanting items was not within his wheelhouse, so deciding they're probably just going to chuck it in the fucking ocean. Thumbs up. Best way to solve your problems, in my opinion. Our final stop for Gloob and Bart, we're visiting Anders Solmore, the young orphaned heir of the Solmore family, a merchant, both mixture of merchants and fishing family that they are, to hopefully get his recounting of events as well as maybe his assistance in trying to procure some kind of assistance, some kind of investigation upon Firebrand's behalf while they are gone, help saving Julian's brother. Quickly realizing that Anders is is all in on what has occurred with Firebrand, seeming deeply invested in the idea that this is a good way to finally be able to strike back out of the Sea Princes, that the Keelan military will finally stamp them out for good once and for all. Seeming to be not quite in his right mind as far as they could tell, seeming to be deeply distressed for multiple reasons.
One might say obsessed.
A bit obsessed, indeed. But that's where we're going to rejoin our heroes. As Julian and Jakob, I'll say by this juncture, you guys have probably been hanging out at the boat for like 5 or 10 minutes. Having walked back from the temple, Gloob and Bart, you guys have exited the grounds of the Solmore estate. What would you all like to do?
Jakob will, seeing this as good a time as any to talk to an angry shark man, will kind of lean, not over the railing, but on the railing, and look at Julian, say, Julian, think it's about time I talked to you what I talked to Gloob and Bart about.
Over the railing, like, just while we're both out on the deck, or are we at different levels?
Wherever you are, Jakob will also be there.
All right. He was probably just getting back out from stowing his package in his room for a moment.
Casually climbs to the crow nest.
Hey there.
Yeah, sure.
Well, seeing Darby and hearing about all the good works that he's been doing has gotten me thinking.
Seems like a pretty good guy.
Yeah, definitely does seem like a good guy. And for me, it feels like he's doing what I wanted to do when I set out helping you.
Saying you don't think you have?
I do think that I've done good. Maybe not in all the ways that I thought that I would have.
Yeah, life has a way of doing that.
But I do think that Darby is potentially an opportunity for me to do the good that I thought that I would.
He's gonna look a little confused for a second, like,
How so?
just turn, like, was still just chilling by the edge and, like, full body turn, like, what?
Well, of course, I'm obviously going to help you get your brother. There's nothing in this world or any other world that would make me break an agreement to anybody.
Appreciated.
But I think, and of course, this is with Darby's consent. There's a possibility that I might go with him when we get back.
You realize he doesn't really know where he's going either, right?
I didn't really know where I was going when I started. I just left Seedon and ran across a fish man who needed some help.
I suppose that's fair.
About to cough myself to death here in a minute, guys.
Gotta do vocal training.
Yeah, right?
So you're gonna go on a quest, journey, trip with them when we get back?
I don't know if I am. I don't know if Darby would even welcome me. I haven't talked to him about it.
Well, that'd be the first step.
Yeah,
Cart
definitely.
before the horse. If you make plans without even speaking to him.
Well, I'm not making plans. I'm more gauging how everybody feels and thinking about how I feel personally. And I mean, I do think that what he's doing is a righteous and holy thing, at least for my gods, and they seem to gel pretty well with his.
Looks thoughtful for a second.
Well, obviously I consider you pretty much family at this point. If that is what you choose to do and makes you happy, you'll have my support entirely. Obviously, I like having you around. Despite our many differences, I respect and trust you more than pretty much anyone not already in our little circle. But by the same token, we're doing a lot of traveling and things in general together. But people have to live their own lives. If that's what you want to do, let me know how I can help you. And I'll be here for you when you get back.
I appreciate that, Julian. I don't know yet. It's a confusing and turbulent time.
Well,
We'll see.
I'm not looking forward to the idea of seeing you go. But like I said, we can't expect to travel together forever. If you make the right choice for you, you have nothing to feel bad about. We all know your intentions are good.
Thank you, Julian. all those kind things you said to me. I do feel the same about you as well.
I give him a shoulder pat.
I'm giving you a hug.
Oh, okay. Shoulder pat and just pulled into a hug. All right. Oh, yep. There we are. There we are.
Well, I don't really know what else to do now. I'll see if I can find Darby around the boat or something. See, pick their head about it.
Darby's not on the boat. He was
All right,
asked
I've done
to.
the search.
He was
I don't
asked
see a
to.
Darby
Yeah, he's out gathering intel as requested.
Awkwardly pretending to be alive.
He is alive after a fashion. Best y'all can tell, anyway.
Pretending to be normal alive, not alive.
There you go. Yeah, pretending to be actually all the way alive. I too eat
Alive.
and drink and breathe.
Alive without an asterisk.
They're my favorite things.
My fellow human.
Sleeping is my favorite activity.
Let us sit down and eat food, which is a thing I also enjoy doing.
Anywho, you do not not having not located Darby on the ship at this time.
You're walking out of Anders. I'll speak up to Bart. Say, we need to go by the guardhouse. See if they can get us into Anders or not Anders, into Firebrand's and Primwater's place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Refresh me, about what time is it right now?
At this point, it's probably a little after. It's probably around noon, maybe a little after. Y'all slept in a little bit till like later in the morning, and then after all you're walking around and talking to various sundry people, I'd say probably it's like 12:30, 12:45 ish.
Yeah, if we go right now, there might be kind of, the B guard. Might not be so many people of authority around. Maybe someone can give us more access than they should.
Yeah, or people that just know who we are. Maybe. I wonder if they've put someone in Firebrand's place for now.
Copperlux did tell y'all that there's basically been like a temporary dude appointed as captain of the guard.
Someone favorable to their ideals.
Did they say if they were... Oh, sorry.
I just said theoretically.
Did they say if they were from Saltmarsh or planted from Seaton?
They didn't specify. You would assume at the very least they're a member of the soldiery of some kind, whether from those among the originals brought along with Firebrand, or maybe they were left behind with Seaton. It was not specified by Copperlux.
Gotcha.
We need to get information on this guy too.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Hopefully it's someone from Saltmarsh, and I think we probably fought with them, I'd imagine. Well, I guess that depends on how much you're trying to cover up.
Yeah. My guess is they're going to place someone in Seaton here.
Yeah, that would be probably a pretty good move.
Seaton or further out even. Firebrand was not from Seaton either.
The fuck are you?
I hear Julian shouting at Yaka from here. We need to go make sure everything's
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. I thought we were reconvened.
Not quite
My
yet.
bad.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
I reckon you should probably let Julian know that we're going to head by the guardhouse.
Yeah.
And, maybe they can meet us there.
Okay. Hey, Julian. Me and Bart just left Anders. We're gonna head to the guardhouse to see if we can get access to Firebrand's and Primwater's house, so we can look around for anything left behind. There's also a new captain of the guard. We're not sure who. We're gonna look around for some information on them as well.
Having just wrapped up that conversation with Jakob, looks around. You didn't leave the boat, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Gloob's letting me know they've got, sounds like several important bits of information. Probably need to meet up.
All right.
Send to Gloob.
Where do you want us to meet up with you? We're at the boat.
We're just leaving Andrew's place. You can meet us at the guardhouse.
Very well. They're gonna be over at the guardhouse. We should probably head that direction.
All right.
And will, while walking, relay the information that Gloob had told him.
All right.
You know you're not going to convince him otherwise, right? Talking to Bart.
Yeah, I know. I mean, only way I can think of is that if we got enough information to plant evidence that was fake, that he was involved to everyone, and be like, look, this is what they went through. It could happen to anybody if he were
Gloob is going
coming.
to stop in his tracks. Just look Bart in the eye. Bart. You're not going to convince him otherwise. You're
Yeah.
not.
Yep.
Keep walking. He's
Yeah, it's everything you wanted. I mean,
yeah.
I get it. In a way. Anyway, so maybe we can at least meet with a couple of the council members, and maybe there's not someone from Seaton leading the guard, and we can peek around at some evidence.
If they left any.
Or yeah, I was going to say, or lack thereof.
Yeah. He said they did magic to break the decoding. Oh,
Right.
I think there's Julian and Yaka right there.
Are there any, I forget, does Saltmarsh have any, like, food stands or whatever?
I mean, there's probably not like a plethora, but I mean, like especially around like the marketplace, probably so. Like people some peddling like fish cakes and stuff.
You'd probably see us rolling up to, like, fish cake or meat pie or something like that.
Okay. Y'all would intersect on coming from the docks as well as from Andrew's estate, so
This afternoon, we would have detoured if necessary.
yeah.
Bart! Gloob!
Wave at you with a meat pie.
Here you've got, further details, I hope. Interesting tidbits you shared.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab one of those too. And then while we, I guess, grab a snack, and we will debrief them on everything. And
Yeah.
if you
We're
want
doing-
me to go over everything, I got my notes right here.
That's entirely up to you guys. Like as long
Yeah.
as you guys know what you need to know, I don't care how you do it.
Do y'all want a refresher, or is everybody good?
Hit with that refresher real quick. I got my notes
Yeah.
somewhere.
All right, you will tell us they eat a outland.
Kent said, Kent said, I'm good to go, but I mean, Yaka may need a refresher.
Just see a little fly buzzing around.
These are the things that I get, that I have written down. Ida Outland has no doubt that Primwater was involved with the princes on some level. She thought she knew Firebrand, but the evidence was pretty damning, and the evidence was correspondence between them that was encoded, and that the ultimate intent was to weaken the army to let the Sea Princes have free reign of the coast once more. The investigator's name was Carnal. That's the guy we met on the way back from Seaton, and he did some sort of magic to decode it. She also mentioned a Captain Li Xian that was mentioned in the correspondence, which is a Sea Prince captain. That's all I have for Ida Owland. Then Monastrad Copperlocks told us she seemed nervous, but she told us that it was just the situation. She threw her vote behind Firebrand most of the time, didn't really care too much for politics, and that she trusted Firebrand on their way from up north near the capital to here. The evidence letters made Firebrand seem resentful for being assigned to Saltmarsh. And that, oh yeah, and then the real important one thing is that messengers from the war, or about the war rather, messengers sent from Saltmarsh to Seaton sometimes never made it there or just never made it back. And she's currently working on getting the messengers' names for us that went missing. Or just all of the messengers' names. And then Andrew Selmore is just fucking angry. He gave us no information.
I particularly think we should try and find out more or even locate this Li Xian.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, we know someone that probably knows, right? So we can talk to them. And
My
then,
first instinct. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say, and then maybe Zendros. She knows a lot, right?
That is what I was getting ready to say.
Average intelligence thinks alike.
Right.
God fucking damn it. For context, viewers, we discussed and determined that the party consists of 2 people with a 10 intelligence, which are Gloob and Julian. Jakob coming in at second place with an 11, and then Bart in first with a 13. So this is where the discussions of average intelligence and thereafter.
Hey, 10 is an average human intelligence. I ain't stupid, so we're good.
Sounds like your second friend there is having a bit of a conniption.
Copperlocks?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell if she was nervous because she knew something more or nervous just because she just doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. I have a hard time reading people.
Julian is munched away on the last of his snack, just kind of doing the middle distance stare with his eyes furrowed.
Yeah, she seemed like she was pretty in over her head. Like, if she could have had maybe any other option to be in anywhere than having to make them choices, she would have been.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna make any progress with a lunatic either.
It's not a lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, what it sounds like, he sounds like I was after Sin died.
At least you applied some level of decorum and sense.
Not
This is a
really.
ravening individual. Based on your description.
Said he was angry. As he should be.
Right. Well,
Hope he can find some peace in what he can.
We can try to help him get it.
agreed.
I just hope his fervor doesn't work too hard against us.
It probably will. We just need to remember it for what it is.
Right.
We just know we don't have an ally in Anders right now for this particular situation. Doesn't mean he's an enemy.
So contacting Zendros about Li Xian. What else are our next steps? Several things need done.
Yeah, we probably need to investigate their places of residence to see if we can find where they were hiding stuff, or maybe if we could talk to someone who was around, while they were doing the investigation, might be able to give us a couple of more tidbits of information. But
Do we want to bother contacting Firebrand's replacement?
right, well, that's who we're going to talk to, because they'll probably, if they're here, I reckon they'll try to get access first before maybe talking to his replacement. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission.
We also need to see how much they know about us.
That's true.
Might be a good idea. Ida told Julian and I that the money that we're supposed to get for our help was available. Might want to grab that before we make any fuss with the new guard.
I keep forgetting about the money. Did they said it was under lock and key at the town hall or something like that?
They said we should just be able to get it by asking. We're well enough known.
Okay.
Definitely, let's get that before we stir the pot too much.
Yeah, agreed. Aren't the watch or the guardhouse and the town hall very close by to each other?
Yep, very close by.
Okay.
Yeah, we could get that really heavy stick that Zendros keeps telling us about.
Hmm?
Yeah, the really heavy stick that she says you press a button and then it's really hard to move.
Oh, right. The movable ride thing.
Fuck yeah.
I don't think it's a matter of
a
weight.
really heavy stick.
I think it just locks in place.
You've seen it, for the record, Yakov. Like, she's shown it to you.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's
it's about the size of a pencil.
Oh, shit.
Really
As far as I'm aware, movable rods aren't big. They're like little clicking.
I thought they were like 18 inches long or something like that.
I've always heard them described as being like relatively small. I don't know. That's always how I've always pictured them in my head, as being like a thick Sharpie.
Right.
I think they're supposed to be a foot long. Like they're the size of a ruler.
I guess that makes sense too. Still, not a like ginormous stick. It's still relatively
Yeah,
small.
not like a
I think of
staff.
sticks from this size to this size, so
I think that at a certain point that becomes a branch.
branches this big.
God damn it. Whatever. The semantics of stick measurement aside.
All right. Well, maybe we should just go ahead and get that reward, and then maybe stick our nose where people don't want to stick in it.
Yeah.
Also, maybe before we go snooping too deep, I probably need to maybe see if someone in town can start making me up like a saddle and bridle or something like that for Brila here.
Has she been behind us the whole time?
She's a very
Well, I mean,
quiet
she was
squirrel.
on top of buildings a couple of times. You didn't hear people gasping?
What the fuck is that?
Well,
Oh!
I thought they were talking about me.
Chaos.
yeah, the ghost is attacking the giant squirrel.
She just all of a sudden, Brila poofs out of existence. She fucking died. Oh!
2 arrows.
No!
Dead.
She's been sticking close enough by to be
Yeah,
obviously like
yeah.
with you guys. So she's not been murdered by any like passing guardsmen or anything.
I probably had to get like 4 of those pies. Like, okay, 1 for me, another half. Okay. It's okay. All right.
What? Is it a carnivore squirrel? Holy shit.
Sure, why not?
So far, she's been eating everything.
It's
so
a
I reckon
spirit
it's okay.
squirrel, so it's a spirit
Right.
squirrel, so it could kind of consume whatever the fuck it feels like.
Getting that suspicious look from Julian.
It has forward-facing eyes.
it just looks over at you, and just in your head you hear like a demonic voice like, "Game no escape."
Yeah, Julie, you look at that squirrel and you're like, those eyes aren't on the side of its head. Bum bum. Ah!
Next time you see
That
a shadow
squirrel
beast
has
summon, it's gonna
canines. Dear God.
Next time this shadow beast gets summoned, it's gonna be a shadowy
Demon squirrel.
carnivore squirrel.
Be terrifying. They're more like piranha squirrels.
Squirrels are omnivores.
Holy shit, are they really?
Yeah, they eat bugs.
Oh. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So there you go. It works. We're not full of shit. Good job, fellas. Way to fact check.
All right, so get that going. Maybe it might not take too long. Get her fitted up and get something, make sure she's comfortable with it and all that. But, right, got to get money to do that first, and hopefully not get run out of town.
All right.
Hasn't happened so far.
All right. So you guys are making your way to the town hall first. Is that the order of operations?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys go over there. It is still in a relatively like heightened state of security of where there are soldiers that are guarding this building instead of, like militiamen or anything, but a couple guards outside. They both seem to recognize all of you as you guys come walking up. Hey!
How you doing?
Kind of shit, honestly, but shrugs.
Maybe a little bit of that for all of us. Let's get you down in the dumps today.
He looks at you like you are vaguely stupid.
Okay.
What do you
Just
think?
New boss woes?
Jacob's all right. He's been around.
You
You
local?
recognize the name?
I missed that name. Say it one more time for me.
Jacob.
After he gives the name, Julian piped up.
Is he a local?
Depends on how you define local. I mean, he's one of us, and he kind of like points his chin down at kind of like keel and tabard that the soldiers wear.
Local like Seaton, or is he up country?
One of the ones that came with us from the capital originally.
Very good.
Now, how does he feel about coming down here? So we can get this out of the way ahead of time.
What do you mean?
Well,
We're here to get our... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Does he like being down here?
I don't fucking know.
We work with the council a lot. If
Yeah.
he's disgruntled about his position, we'd rather know ahead of time.
I mean, he went from being, not having all that much responsibility to now he is in charge of all of the guards. So, I mean, he's stressed.
So he wasn't like next in line for this or anything like that.
I mean, he was an officer, but it's a big difference from, it's not a crazy big town that Firebrand didn't have to split up duties too much outside of like standard running of, all the keeping everybody doing exercises and stuff and making sure watch orders got, kept stuck to. Latrines got dug, somebody fucked up, that kind of thing.
Jakob bends down to Gloob and covers his mouth. He's stressed. It's a clear sign of sedition.
God fucking damn it.
Right.
What's sedition?
I don't know. Fucking whatever they're accusing Firebrand of.
The word sedition has never left anybody's mouth in regards to Firebrand, just for the record.
It's something Jakob heard in the military and doesn't really know what it means.
That's fair.
I'm pretty sure that's when you got something that sits on like the bottom of a pond. But anyway, I don't think you're using that word right.
Yeah,
Other
probably.
guard pipes up the one that hasn't been talking. Goes, I believe that's sediment.
Yes, that's what he said, right?
No.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
sedition is the act of making settlement. Sediment.
I don't think
No,
so.
that's not. Never mind. Just anyway.
I'm not quite sure myself. Regardless. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, there are better places to be, but there are also worse places to be. Shrugs.
A whole lot better now than it was.
Yeah, the Sahuagin thing made it a lot worse, actually. So there are not many worse places to be at this time.
I was referring to the Solhagen thing.
Yeah, that
Pretty
that made
settled.
it a lot shittier. Yes, I mean, I guess it's better now than when we were actively fighting them. It still really sucks right now.
That is fair.
Yes. Do you guys need something? You know, just
Yeah,
coming to
we
chat.
came here to get some payment for our
Oh,
duties.
yeah, they're
Salvin
storing
said.
that here. Yeah. Come on in. You hang out here, Bert. Oh yeah. Dude
It's
leaves
him.
you guys inside.
It's
Oh
him.
yeah.
It's him.
Oh yeah. But yeah, takes you in and takes you to kind of like in the council chambers, like through that door. So it is now an empty council chamber. Kind of going up to a locked door that's kind of off behind the table. He had to go like retrieve some keys from inside. Unlocks it. Hauls out this like a decently sized chest and is like kind of lifts it up and you hear like the sound of coin inside said chest as he kind of lifts it up out of the room where it was in and sets it in front of you guys. They said what was in there was for you.
How much have you taken out of it?
None.
Oh, that's good. All right.
Just like looks really good. Like what?
Like, very intentional eye contact with the guy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
He's just kidding with you. But appreciate
He
you
looks
not
at Gloob.
taking
Ah, I see. Yeah, I see now. Gotcha.
Reading frogs
Frog
is
humor.
also very difficult for
No,
humans.
he rolled an 18.
Oh,
He was like, oh, okay, I gotcha. Unless you were
Deception check.
not joking, Gloob, in which case.
Natural 1 on a deception check +4 for a total of 5.
What was the attempted deception here?
Deceiving him and
Okay.
being intimidating.
Okay.
I don't know.
He's like, oh, yeah. I thought this was a weird question, but yeah, I guess that's pretty funny, I guess. But yeah, I'm not carrying it for you though. Just to be clear, I gotta stay out there.
Oh yeah,
We got it.
Okay.
just picks
Yes, that's fine.
a 20 strength. Do I just pick it up like it's?
Yeah, with a 20 strength, I'll say it's heavy, but I mean you can carry it. I'll say I'm not doing that math. It's very heavy but carryable. 20 strength is buff as shit, so plus you have like expertise in athletics, so you got
It's
it.
worth the wait when it's money.
True.
Do we want to... How big is this chest?
It's chest-sized chest. Like it's not like it's not like a little one, but it's not
Okay.
like a massive chest either. Like it's a decent sized chest.
So it wouldn't fit in the bag of holding.
No. Contents
It is
might, not the chest itself.
You just want to pour it in the bag so you're not carrying that around town?
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. How much was supposed to be in there anyway?
Who you asking the guard?
I'm asking everyone.
Y'all have no idea. No, I don't think you guys never inquired as to the amount of monetary compensation you would receive.
You know
I thought
how,
of
Alright,
that thing
go
was on
here.
my mind.
you know how much is supposed to be in here?
Asking the guard? No, I have no idea. That chest was for you guys. That's what I was told.
Awesome.
gives him a thumbs up.
All
Probably go
quarters.
count it.
Probably.
Yep,
We
that's
can-
pretty good idea.
We can count it later. I think we got more important things right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Y'all just pouring this into the bag of holding. Dude just
Yeah.
sits there and watches like, that's not all gonna fit in that. Holy shit. As it just
Turn around!
Turn around.
being as it is all just going into the magical bag. But
Very
it's
plain chest.
Yeah, it's a plain chest. Nothing fancy.
Is it a playing chest?
Yeah,
I
but
would be
yeah.
like, we'll keep the chest too. We'll just take it back, put it on the boat.
Stream of vast majority glittering gold coins and what looks like some kind of some greenish blue hue. It's the best way I can think to describe the color platinum without saying platinum.
Oh.
I don't think green is anywhere in it.
I think platinum's kind of greenish. I could be wrong. I might be thinking of a different color.
It can reflect lots of different colors.
Platinum
It's just like really, really silver.
images. Oh, I don't know what I'm thinking of.
It's
then.
really silver. Platinum. Silver extra.
Yeah, basically.
Silver squared. Yeah, it's like really. It looks like It looks like silver pieces, but like extra shiny.
Reflective silver.
Extra
Ultra
reflective.
silver.
It's like I'm gonna describe it as being almost mirror shine. I think that helps set it apart from silver pieces.
Man, he must have been really struggling to pull the money together. You got a lot of silver in here.
Silver is in the vast minority of coinage. But it all gets dumped in there. You have an indeterminate number of platinum and gold pieces in the bag of holding now.
You can only reach in and grab what you want from a bag of holding.
Yep.
You can't be like 100 gold, 100 gold,
No.
100 gold.
I think the only way to like dump things out is if you turn it inside out and then just everything falls out of it.
I have made a calculated move.
Okay.
Y'all are gonna be sitting there you're gonna be reaching in and thinking of gold until you no longer get gold in there. Oh, you're gonna dump it out. Oh God.
Oh no.
Okay, but anywho,
Like, this is
after you guys finish dumping your money into the bag of holding, the guard escorts you back outside. You now have money of money. Question mark.
Settle that up later.
Money value unknown. Like in the bag of holding. Now what are y'all doing?
The guardhouse.
To the guardhouse? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wandering on over, like a block down the street.
Yeah.
Do. We're here! Yay! You can still see Bert and his buddy hanging out in the distance. You didn't get the guy y'all mostly talked to. His name was crazy. But come up, couple soldiers outside of the guardhouse as well. Hi.
Hey, how's it going? I need to talk to someone about investigating them houses for folks that got taken up the seating.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll ask.
Can we ask?
No.
Why?
He's slowly backing up. I'll be right back.
Lack of opportunity.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
He's dead! You fucking killed him. He's dead.
I'm definitely not staying with these people.
But he steps aside. Isn't in there for like 2 minutes before coming back out. He's like, yeah, okay. Come on.
Okay, that was easy.
You know whereabouts them two live?
What do you mean? Oh, God, fucking! I didn't realize what you meant at first. I mean, Primwater was down kind of where all the other wealthy folk have their homes, kind of over there near the Owland and Solmore Estate. Eliander's had his home right around here. Kept nearby the. I mean, he didn't have we didn't erect anything new, but
Right.
stayed
Can you
nearby
point out
work.
to me if it's right here?
Yeah, it's
Just
right.
gonna go right on over. Yeah, it's right there over there.
Right on yonder. But it is on that side of the bridge, so where like whereas Ida and Gellin and Anders' homes are all on the east side of Seaton.
Right.
Like copper locks, kind of like the military installations and stuff are all on this west side. That's also where Firebrand was located. But yeah, that dude leads you inside kind of to where you'll same office y'all have been in quite a few times, but it's no longer occupied by Firebrand, but by another gentleman, like not as young as some of these. What?
There's someone living there now.
Not live. It was an office.
Oh,
this is his
okay.
office.
Sorry.
Y'all wanted to talk to somebody there at the guardhouse. So
Okay.
in the office is another guy, kind of like younger than Firebrand, but older than a lot of these other soldiers, like clearly.
Right.
Kind of. Yes. Hi.
Looks over. at
What's
Bart.
up? Okay. What can I do for you guys?
I understand
If you're looking for your payment, it was left at
No.
the town hall.
Yeah, how
Okay.
much was that supposed to be?
Starts like leafing through papers, which is full and unorganized. It looks like. He looks through. He's like, eventually pulls out like a scrap that looks like almost like the size of a sticky note that was like shoved up under something. I believe it should have been the amount equal to about 500 platinum and 5,000 gold.
What?
Oh.
Holy fuck!
Dora just looks shell shocked for a second. Oh, we
Yeah.
never asked. Bart.
I thought that was a lot. Anyway,
Just a line of just shocked people.
It was originally less, but there was basically Seaton was compensating payment, like a lot of financial expenditures from during the conflict. So
Right.
they were able to bump up a little bit from what they were previously planning to give you.
Well,
Explain that piece. I don't understand what you mean. Seaton did what?
When the investigator and his troop came down, they also asked after the events of the war as part of their investigation, asking like money spent, that kind of thing. And there's going to be the Duke is planning to help shore up a lot of those losses. It ate pretty heavily into Miss Owland and Mr. Solmore's pockets. Of course, Mr. Primwater's assets were seized, but so I suspect that's probably going to be partially used to help even things out.
you said some of that money was taken from Ida Alland and the other council folks, the states.
Well, they were originally the ones paying you, so I imagine this is what they put together, or like I said, probably a fair chunk of it is the seized assets of Gellin Primwater when he was arrested.
All right. I just kind of always just assumed that stuff came from like a treasury from the city or something like
Well,
that.
that treasure only goes so deep. There's only so much. The effort against the Sahuagin was not cheap. Well, some of the more wealthy members of the city had to dip into their own pockets to help provide.
Right.
As I said, Seaton or the Duke specifically is planning to compensate. From what I understand, anyway.
What's your opinion on this whole thing with Firebrand?
He's just like,
Oop.
why?
I mean, I'm just curious. We had to run up to Seaton and came back and find out all this craziness has happened. Kind of caught us off guard.
Craziness is an understatement. under Firebrand for years at this point. Trust the man. I don't know. I mean, I don't see how he could possibly have done.
All right, good. So we're in agreement then.
Is the
And
door
kinda
is the door open to the room?
Yeah.
I'll close it behind us. As I do, I'll just say, you have friends here.
Right.
Well,
What are you trying?
soldiers who served under Firebrand, under his command, we were angry when he was accused and arrested. But he told us to stand down, do our job. So that's what we're doing.
All right. Well, we're not soldiers, so you know anything about the investigation in particular, like maybe where they found all these documents at, or anything like that?
There appeared to be like hidden compartments and other like small like hidey holes within their homes that these seem to be stashed in.
That's great. Do you know where any of them might be?
We of course we've been through them, but I mean they're in there. I could point you to them. Probably.
Okay, so you know they do exist. It's not just
Yeah,
all
yes,
all word of mouth.
yes. I mean as the ranking officer after Captain Firebrand's arrest, I was involved. Yes.
All right. Do you know if were you there while searching these houses?
Yes.
All right. So it's safe to say that if any evidence was planted there, it might have been planted before Firebrand even got back.
I don't know how it possibly could have been.
Well, I mean, you can pick locks and hide
You haven't seen it. It's elaborate.
All right.
It's like this has been part of these homes for years.
Well, who owned Firebrand's place before Firebrand was there?
It's public is a section of. It's not even really a whole house exactly. It's like the upper floors of I say upper floors, the upper section of one of the barracks. Like he basically got a couple of quarters to himself, cleared it out and fixed it up so that it was enough space for befitting Captain of the Guard and someone sitting on the council.
Right. In all your times that you were under Firebrand, what percentage do you think he would spend in his quarters versus at the council chambers or doing something else? Not in his room, I mean to say.
Not in his. What do you mean? I mean, the vast majority of his work was performed either right here or within the council chambers during meetings. But I mean, he spent. We didn't monitor him when he was in his own quarters.
I mean, you had more time with him than me, is all I'm asking.
I mean,
You just kind of seem like maybe a workaholic sort, is what I'm getting at. Probably didn't spend too much time in his quarters.
He spent time in his quarters, but I mean, he's a busy man. It was only in recent times where things have really picked up. A lot of his time was spent, going over reports of finding smuggling and trying to clean things up and keep things going with Copperlocks and her crew, making sure things were going smoothly there. But small stuff compared to what he did back north. A lot less complicated than war.
Right.
Who would you say he was closest with?
I mean, besides us, obviously.
Uh-huh.
That's a joke. That's a joke. Come on.
Well, I mean, Firebrand wasn't particularly close with anybody. I mean, he would occasionally eat with officers and, did check-in and things of that nature, but I mean, he had no, close friends. Not here within Saltmarsh.
Never
family?
confided in you?
No family? No, this was a post. He was sent here. Any family he has are back north by the capital. It's the area he's from.
You know anything about his family? Maybe he's got some political cousins or brothers or something like that?
Any
Politicians.
correspondence?
politicians, I don't believe so. I believe his family are a military sort. Kind of
Alright.
tradition and all that.
You ever confide in you?
In what way? No, like close confidences. No.
You ever say anything about how he felt about being here?
Not really.
How do you feel about being here? Just so, I mean, just so we know for in the future, because we know we never talked to Firebrand about that.
I mean, in what way? Like, I mean, it's a post. Hopefully, I'll eventually leave.
Do you hate it here? Do you despise the people? Do you have
Some of them are jackasses. No offense meant. Kind of nodding at Julian. Thick-headed at times, stubborn, but I seem to have a hard time realizing that we don't mean harm to their persons, but and also that we were sent here. But
Right.
I've been worse places. Haven't had too much
Well.
trouble. By the time we got here, most of the trouble with the immediate trouble with a lot of the rampant piracy had died down. Aside from occasional bandit attacks and other small troubles, not too much has gone on until recent times with the Sahuagin and the like.
do you have any connection with any of the Sea Princes? Look, strange times. It's a question that's got to be asked.
Insight check.
You can't go ahead, roll that. He
Yeah.
just goes, no. Like, I would not. I assure you, they checked in on everybody. I would not have been left in charge if they had found any such evidence.
23.
He thinks Jakob may be dumb. Like,
11.
he thinks you may be dumb. Like this dude's just like, looks like bewildered. Like that, just like no finesse, just out of nowhere. Are you associated with the Sea Prince? He's just like, what? No. God's no.
Well,
Did you eat breakfast? Did you have lunch? You could conspire with the Sea Princess? Damn, I hope I got it.
well, I mean,
We're
look,
gonna-
something's got to be asked. I'm glad. That
I
it's not-
guess.
So
So you might want to have a little more finesse in the future.
We're gonna have a
investigative
chat.
skills.
We're gonna have a chat with maybe a couple more people tonight. If you weren't too busy this afternoon, maybe later in the night, or after turn to dark, sometime around then.
Out of curiosity, what might this conversation be about?
Well, probably talking about Firebrand and maybe getting some information on how things have gone tits up. Just so that we can get information together and try and help him out to get out of this pickle he ain't supposed to be in. Or at least set things in motions to help him get out, because otherwise, I mean, just gonna be frank, you're never gonna see him again. He's gonna go there and get executed.
I am aware, yes.
Right. Okay, just making sure.
There's a good reason that we very nearly committed treason ourselves when he was being arrested.
Right.
But we respect the man and respect his orders.
No, I'm not asking you to, start an insurrection or nothing like that. Just want to sit down and talk and figure out what exactly happened. Because we weren't here, If you'd be open to it, to helping at least in that way.
I will do what I can.
Okay. That's all I'm asking.
I can do that much at least for him, I suppose.
I appreciate it. We'll come by and let you know. Maybe probably sometime 8 or 9, if that's all right.
I will probably be here.
All
Just
right.
looks down at the piles of paperwork just strewn across his desk, like, I'll probably be here. Yeah.
We're gonna need access to Firebrand and Primewater's home. so we can look through those.
Firebrand's easy enough.
So, like right
Well,
over there.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's one of the several rooms on the top floor of one of the barracks. Primwater, it shouldn't be too hard either. Not necessarily as legal, but as I said, the assets were seized. Not much reason for anybody to stick around. Any serving staff and everything have already left.
All right.
Well, if it's seized, then it's yours, right? That's how that works.
The crowns, yes. So.
You represent the crown, right?
Yes, but you don't.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
We could have a guard there with us. We're not trying to do anything out of the way.
Roll a quick persuasion check, just as y'all are kind of asking these favors.
Me or Bart, I don't know who's.
Either one of you or one with advantage. Y'all are both asking questions, so or
How you wanna
asking
do
for
it?
things.
Do one each.
Sure. 19.
Nice.
18.
As an addendum to Gloop's comment, he was just gonna be like,
Some sort of deputization or something, maybe.
Oh.
Mm,
Deputy Fairfurrow. That's quite a title.
Do we get the gold star?
The what? Maybe not right this moment. That might be a little jump the gun. But guard escort, if you're just wanting to look around, just kind of looking at the door that's close. Don't break anything, or obviously take anything from the premises of either location.
Right.
Right.
I mean, we might
Okay.
take things, but we'll be bringing it to you, as in, like, hey, this is something we found that nobody else found. If you understand.
If
what I
there
mean.
if there is something important,
Right.
give it to your escort for them to bring
Right.
to me. Just keep
Yeah,
keep things
you buy-
clean.
You by proxy is what I'm saying.
Sure.
For
yes.
the guard to him. Right. Yeah.
Yes. Sure. Oh, well. Is there anything else that I can do for you all?
Yeah, how do you spell your name?
Jacob Shepard. Jacob is Jaichim.
We gotta get this guy promoted to commander.
God damn you. You just want to give somebody like an ordinary dude kind of last name, like ye old medieval last name, and fucking.
Jacob, how do you feel about this restaurant?
It's my favorite in Saltmarsh. This is my favorite shop in Saltmarsh.
Yes, yes.
Dear
Yeah,
God.
buzz cut.
I mean, he's got not a buzz cut, but I mean he's in the military. He's got close cropped hair. Yeah. No facial hair. He doesn't seem to have abided by the same large bushy mustaches and beard of Firebrand.
I can definitely say I have a different image of him in my head now.
So you have
Okay.
a fucking like
Yes.
clear like blade thing coming, an Omni tool on one arm. That dude should have soloed the Sahuagin all by himself. He should have been over there with the fucking strap.
What's the N7 stand for?
Just fucking using
Anyway.
psionic powers to yeet Sahuagin around the fucking ocean. What?
see a shark get lifted out of the water, snapped in half, dropped back in the water.
Easy peasy, baby. But anyway. Yes, Jacob Shepard.
All right. Well, I guess there's a couple things we want to do in town, and we'll go ahead and check by Firebrand's place, and that's fine to look at that one, right?
I mean, somebody will take a peek in there with you. Just make sure you're not
Okay.
vandalizing anything, but sure.
well, we'll just go on ahead and do that if you got someone free at the moment. That's fine.
There'll be somebody in the barracks. Just like
Right.
rips off a scrap of paper and just like writes a quick note on it and signs it.
Yeah.
Hands
All right.
it off to you.
Thank you. Do I recognize this guy that I've seen at any point in time throughout our campaign?
Roll a wisdom
Outside.
check. Yeah.
Straight wisdom?
Yeah.
Natural 1. Thank you, Halfling. Natural 20.
Yeah, actually, you have 100% seen him in this building. Like you've seen him around Firebrand. This was one of the soldiers that was in the command tent with Firebrand.
Okay.
That was not one of the because there was the leader of each mercenary company as well as one of his own men and himself. This Jacob was the man with him at that time.
Awesome. I mean, that's at least like another letter grade of trust right there. The fact it's like, okay, homie was out there with us, cool. Just wanted to make sure that he's like, we'll leave you back here to hold down the fort, that kind of thing.
Yeah, basically, it looks like they came down, arrested him, put the next person in command for at least the moment, and then went about their business.
Just one last question for you. Did you search the houses with them, or did anyone search the houses with them?
As I said, I was present. Yes.
For the searches.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
As they were very nearly excluded us due to initial outbursts on our behalf but yes.
Okay.
All right. And you don't have any more of them, any transcripts or anything
They took all evidence with them.
All right, just making sure. I didn't know if you had like a Cliff Notes version of, found 2 pages that said, etc.
An exact transcript? No transcripts.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Okay, well, we'll get out your hair and maybe see you later.
Very well.
Appreciate your time.
Alrighty, and so y'all are dipping back. Y'all are stepping over to the barracks.
Correct.
So you can take a peek.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all get there. There's not as much of an actual guard setup here as this fucking barracks where the soldiers live. But you step in there and there's some guys sitting around playing cards or something on their off time, just in half armor so in basically shirt sleeves and brigandines and stuff, but not with any actual they chain shirts and stuff strewn about or whatever, just off. And they go, take a peek at your note, and it's dude just stands up from his table and just folds his hand. It's a shit hand, you can see. Anybody who knows anything about cards, he just kind of looks at his hand and goes, well, of course, since I have to, escort them, I'll fold, but that doesn't count because I'm working. Pointing, everybody just kind of scooting some money away from some change away from the middle.
Can I do well, I mean, obviously I see the hand and damn, I'm sorry on the flush. I really appreciate you helping us out.
Julian sends a message to Gloob.
Roll a deception check real quick for me.
That's a 16 plus things. I think 5. Yeah, 21.
21.
21.
Some of the guys that look around, they just squint up at him. You see one guy kind of look down at his cards and look vaguely confused, but he's just you're not lying. But he's but but they all walk off. It takes you upstairs, and like I said, it's a one of the a sectioned off area. It looks like a door was added in this hall so that he would have his sectioned off set of rooms and stuff. Dude, lets y'all in. It's relatively small. It looks like it's got got a bathroom, bedroom, a little extra storage closet, and then a office here within. It looks like evidence of it's still been looks relatively turned over. It doesn't look like things were set back to rights after they finished.
Okay, so it's still sort of
It still looks tossed.
just shoveled. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess let's search through this stuff. Maybe we can find something.
Yeah. So I'll look at the floorboards and see if any of them are loose or something.
Right. So this will not be particularly hard, but just let me get some investigation checks. I'm assuming y'all are just kind of spreading out, searching for clues, Scooby-Doo style.
Yes, and we will ensure anything that we've ever seen that's hidden, because like we've seen some stuff like in desk drawers and stuff that would pop out in our adventures, and fucking hidden walls and stuff. So I'm gonna be checking for literally all of that.
Sure.
Julian is going to.
Wait! Before you roll.
Emboldening bond.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
How did I know?
I'm like, stop rolling! Nobody say nothing.
Stop!
Julian ain't rolling yet either.
Stop! Stop!
Julian is going to summon some critters to help look in crevices and such.
You're summoning what?
Flock of familiars.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
How long does that take to cast?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So before anybody searches, you're sitting there 10 minutes. Is anybody waiting on Julian to finish casting a spell before they start searching?
Blue
Okay.
probably would not. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
I'm going to get investigation rolls from everybody but Julian here at first.
Do I have emboldening bond?
I do not have a emboldening bond,
Okay.
but I will bless myself, or not bless. Excuse me.
Guidance!
Oh my
11.
gosh! If I don't throw my D4 across my fucking desk.
13 for Gloob.
Okay. So we got 13. 14. Y'all are not the smartest. We're struggling. I say
Remy.
smartest purely from a stat perspective. Just want to let everybody know. I'm not belittling anybody. This is their numbers in the intelligence column of skills. Not high.
We're gonna get Firebrand killed because we're not smart enough.
And what was that, Jakob? What was yours, buddy?
11.
11. Holy Christ.
I rolled a 10. I have a +0 and rolled a 1 on the D4.
Okay. So, Julian, you're still sitting there casting Flock of Familiars while everybody's searching, unless you stop for any particular reason.
Will that casting it prevent me from getting the bonus or no?
Yes, because Emboldening Bond lasts for 10 minutes. The spell you were casting
yeah.
lasts for 10 minutes.
In that case, no. I will
Okay.
not be using.
Go ahead, go ahead and roll your investigation check plus your D4. So we had 13, 14, 11 so far.
Hold on, I cannot remember what my investigation bonus is. One.
Oh.
It's like
You
plus
don't
8.
roll
I'm
them.
pretty sure.
No, that is +3. But that still puts me at a 23.
Holy,
Fuck yes!
so that's
You rolled
okay.
a natural 20?
No,
He added his D4. He
plus
has
3.
D4.
Oh shit!
So you got a total +6 from the D4 plus and your flat bonuses.
Yep.
Nice.
It was
Nice.
a 17 + 6.
Okay. Well, since nobody rolled below a 10, like I said,
We see that there are floorboards at least.
y'all see there are folders, and like I said, this place is tossed. They didn't put things back.
Right.
So, out of curiosity, is anybody searching specific rooms? Just see if this wants to be broken up by any.
Is there a kitchen area?
There's not really a kitchen, though. Like I said, there's like a bathroom, study, bedroom, like storage closet kind of deal.
If there's a section of the room that has like one of those sort of captain or officer type kind of little bar areas where you might have had some booze around there, Bart will go in that direction and be like, just in case Jacob has some urges, I'll stay around in this sort of quadrant of the room here.
Jacob said, y'all are driving me to drink. Shaking my head. All right. So,
Jack will just be on hands and knees, just trying to
just checking floorboards.
well, yeah, and as much of the floors as
Okay.
he can.
So we're going to kind of go low to high here. So, Jakob, with your 11, dude, you spend almost the entire 10 minutes, and you're just like, God, I would have thought there would have been one hidden floorboard around here somewhere until you start to scoot over and knock, and your hand just goes through the empty space where a floorboard had already been popped up. And there looks like to be like a small space where like it just been left popped open. and there's just like some dust and things there within. Nothing remaining, unfortunately. Gloob with a 13. Are you search? You said I know you said you're searching like the desk and stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff you were looking for. So a 13, considerably less time than Jakob. You see him over here like going inch by inch over the floor. Knock, knock, knock. Scoot. Knock, knock, knock. Scoot. Knock, knock, knock. You start going in and flipping out, and at first you're like, I don't see anything. Like this doesn't look like anything's hidden in here. In any of these drawers or anything, until you're starting to sift through some of the papers that look like they were just kind of like completely disheveled. They were probably organized at one point, knowing Firebrand. And you pull out like a hidden bottom from underneath some of the papers, and you check where it would have slotted into one of these drawers at one point. But the drawer itself is empty.
Kind of look around the edges of that vault's bottom, and I want to look at like the wood there and see if it's been used a lot, or if this is like, oh, it's doesn't have a lot of etches in the wood grain or anything like that.
Roll an additional investigation check for me.
Shit. Is this covered by the D4 or no?
This is still within the time during the emboldening bond.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. Well, I rolled a 2 for a total of 3 with a 1 on the D4.
You're not sure. Like you didn't it like when you were going to do this, like you legitimately didn't realize that something had been in this drawer until you found the false bottom among the papers. Bring us to our 14. Bart, you kind of, I'll say you're over at like his bedside, table.
Sure.
Because there's no like liquor cabinet in evidence, but you're checking around and you're looking in there. I'll say with your 14, it just seemed to be like a partial drunken like bottle of brandy in there, like in his bedside table, but kind of checking in there. You don't see any evidence of any hidden things around there. And Julian, where were you searching, Mister? I rolled really good. With my 23.
In the desk.
What did they give us any specifics while I was out on like areas where they claimed they found stuff?
They said they had just kind of like turned over the rooms and that they had found like hidden compartments and like hidey holes and stuff that they had located.
Julian will look in places where he knows his brother would have hidden things.
Okay.
So
you're over there like moving furniture. You're trying to see if anything is on like a swivel or like on rails or
swivels, rails, or like anything like in the walls behind a painting, that kind of thing. Like just basically like,
what would my brother do?
What would my brother do? So I'm gonna say you pretty quickly like you locate like there doesn't really seem to be any like paintings or anything. You do kind of come over to there's like 2 bedside tables. There's the bedside where Bart had located the bottle of brandy, and he's over there. Like you see him kind of putting that back in, like throwing a glance over at Jakob before he just kind of like scoots it to the very back of it, just like click. But on the other one, you go to move it, and it's not on rails or anything, but you kind of scoot it out. Or I say scoot it out. It was already scooted out a little bit, kind of catty corner. And on the back of it, you do see like the thick base that a lot of bedside tables have and stuff along that nature. There appears to be there's a compartment that had been like opened up. That is probably like book sized, kind of something like yay big, but like hollowed out in that back compartment.
Go ahead.
Checking in there, that you do see nothing in evidence. of evidence that had been left behind. You additionally go and you check his his little, I'm blanking, a little storage room where you see like some spare bedding and stuff that had been kind of like shoved back in there by somebody, like that, like not folded or anything, kind of shoved back in there, and you yoink it all back out promptly. And you do see like a kind of like that had been kind of shoved up on there, fairly unceremoniously. You have to pull out a couple of the son of a bitch. the things.
There's people in
The
there.
things
What?
with the rungs, whatever. Like pull it. You're kind of have to dismantle the shelves. There we go. But where a like significantly sized like back portion of like a section of this back wall had been kind of like shoved back in where it had been currently like previously set. That seems to have a small area in there that had also been emptied out somehow, but that does not any longer have any evidence of paperwork or anything along these lines. No coinage, nothing. So maybe like a couple coppers in there that were loose, but and maybe like some pens and stuff, but no like paperwork or anything of like weight.
Both are clearly previously discovered, though.
Correct.
With that investigation roll, or would I need to roll a new one to, at both of them, look to see how, like, fresh those adjustments seem? Like, is that compartment, like, newly cut on either one of those, that kind of thing?
Go ahead, and that's going to be a fresh investigation check, but go ahead and roll one for me. So you're kind of like, you're backtracking and looking at each of them specifically.
24 this time.
24.
18 plus 6.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I did. Wait. 18 plus 7, 25. That's a 4
25.
on the dice. Not
Very
a 3.
nice. Okay, fantastic. So I'll say you kind of go to examine these, and neither of them look particular. Like, they don't look fresh, but at the same time they appear to be maybe like, with your kind of general knowledge of such things, you're kind of like, would this been cut for like a month, maybe 2? Doesn't appear to have had, like, hasn't been smoothed over by like multiple years of use.
Bart!
Yeah, I'm right next to you at the bedstand. It's
Oh, I thought you were off doing things.
Standing guard in front of the one with the liquor in it, like,
He's
don't come
he's-
over here.
Looking
bent
in
over,
these drawers.
shouted for you, and just like, you're right behind you. Oh,
sorry. What?
This,
No, I'm kidding.
These are not old. This is pretty new. These
Yeah,
cuts, you can see from the serrations.
it just goes into whatever, like, guided him to that conclusion.
Yeah, not brand new, but not as well worn as it could be.
So, like, could have been around the time of the
That he left.
Sahuagin issue.
This was before, at least clearly before the start of the Sahuagin stuff.
Have we been doing this for less than a month?
I said months. It's been like
Oh, I thought you said
it looks like you can't exact like detail it, but it like you can't get an exact number on it, but it looks like within like couple months or so.
Okay. I thought you said like 3 to 5 weeks. I was like, all right, that's sus as
No.
fuck.
Couple months or so.
Couple months.
Yeah, but
definitely less than a year.
Yeah, Firebrand's been here for how long? Or had been there for? I'm
2
asking
years,
you
I think.
out of character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think we discussed 3 years.
yeah,
3
been here
years,
about
okay.
he'd been here about 3 years because he had not yet been in place when Julian went MIA the first time around, which was 5 years ago. But yeah, and then you knew that what's his name? Anders' parents had died not long before the Keelan military before they redirected their attentions to inwards, their own borders.
All right. Well, I mean, Yaakov, you should come look at this. You do a lot of woodworking and stuff, right? Can you tell maybe what kind of wood this was? Maybe give more of an expert opinion on the type of serrations that might be on something like this if you were to use it over and over a given time?
I'll take a look and see what I can tell.
I mean, I already agree with you, Julian. Of course, I mean, his opinion probably means more than ours.
For sure. I'm going just based on what I've seen with my brother, honestly.
I try to aid him. Like, see, this is what he was talking about. This right here. I mean, I'd have to move back and forth a little bit, right?
What would you like a man who's good at a day?
Jakob, are you proficient in woodworking tools?
You're not proficient in woodworking tools? Yeah. Oh, shit, I believed in you.
In any case, Bart, I think perhaps you should ask Firebrand if he installed these, and if so, what he was using them for. That could help get us on the right track.
That's definitely something to ask. 100%. It's going to be on the top of my list. But if these are even 5 months old, that's not enough time to get the logistics for an entire invasion set up in that amount of time, right? Like, even at the top end of this would have to be set up well after stuff like that had already been going on for a long time. We need to ask the council members and Captain Shepard about how long these different these messages and stuff have been going on, because if it's been more than 5 months, then this is, I'd say, a dead giveaway.
But the reason I want to ask him is, especially the one in the closet, this couldn't be installed without his knowledge. Maybe the bedside table, but I don't think the closet shelving.
Someone already told us that these have been going on for years.
Right.
They said that the parchment was yellowed.
Yeah, they look right. That like some of these correspondences looked old. Yeah.
So chances are good that these were compartments that he was already aware of and maybe using for another purpose.
Or
did you say both of them
here without his knowledge?
Well, that's what Julian had just said, was that the bedside table could have been installed without his knowledge, but not the whole back wall of a closet in his house.
I mean, it depends on if he had to go off somewhere for a week. What I wouldn't understand is how everyone in the guardhouse wouldn't have known that something was going on in there unless no one in the guardhouse was present, right? I mean, what are these walls made out of in the guardhouse?
Wood and stone. It's a barracks.
Wood and stone?
Yeah, it's a barracks. Like, it's a sturdy barracks, yeah.
There's no point in guessing when we can ask him.
Right. Is the wall in the closet, is it made out of stone or wood?
No. Yeah, most of the internal construction is wooden.
Okay.
Some stone on the outside and stuff along those lines.
Okay, gotcha.
Is there a window?
Is it in his rooms?
Yeah. Like that leads to the outside?
Yeah, there's a couple.
Gloob is going to climb out of one and onto the wall outside.
Okay. Out of which room?
Whatever one's closest right now. I'll make my way around to each window from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to inspect the outside windows for any evidence of someone like Gloob would do and break into the window.
Like looking for evidence, trying to see if like the lock had been picked on these windows.
Right.
Okay. Roll an investigation check for me.
Come on, natural fucking 20. Let's go.
Natural 20?
It is a natural 20.
Oh, I thought you were trying to hype up the roll there for a second.
No, it happened.
Nice.
Okay.
Hell yeah, dude.
What's that bring your total to?
20.
20?
Unless I get a D4.
I'll say this is gonna be after the initial 10 minutes, like all y'all's initial investigations and stuff for those first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, natural 20. 20 is still very high. So I'll say that the first couple windows that you take a look at seem fine, but the last one that you take a peek at is you just about to give up and like, oh fuck, shit, man, there's nothing on here, but there's look like what just as a second, like you kind of catch out your corner eye and you go, wait a minute, And you look back in and closer at that, and what looks like, for even under close inspection, just like general wear and tear, is a little too purposeful of a scrape on there. It looks like it was a little too, like, not just something kind of banging into it, and but like it goes in a straight line for just a little too long. It's barely notice it, but definitely looks out of place.
How high am I off the ground?
You're on the second story, so you're just about 20-ish feet or so up in the air.
Stick it on the side of the wall, stick my head back in. Someone's picked the window before.
Oh,
Pardon?
how old does it seem?
Can I tell that?
I'll say not quite. Even with a natural 20, you barely noticed it. So you're not quite sure. It's like this is a metal lock, so and it's on the outside. Like it could be, who knows.
Can't really tell. Weather's gotten to it too bad.
So
Whoever did it's very good though.
Scrape ain't shiny.
Not as best he can tell. Like it's like I said, he barely caught it with a 20.
Okay. So essentially what I'm getting at is it didn't happen during the investigation, so it's at least been a little while for there to be something to kind of cover up that scratch as far as it not being like
Right.
straight scratched onto metal.
Yeah.
Like paint or whatever.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Well,
Alright.
we might want to, tell Captain Shepard to take this window out. So I mean, it's evidence at least that there's somebody that wasn't supposed to be in here.
Right. Or somebody was trying to get in. Now, this is a second story window. I mean, Glue, but you were just out there. Is there any way someone could easily get up to that window? From what you can tell outside?
I mean, if they were like me,
All right.
I'll climb back outside.
Right, yeah. I didn't know if there's like a tree nearby or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
No, this is a barracks. Like this is what
Yeah,
like
I thought
100%
so.
military style. They've cleared out the area immediately around this building.
We'll like climb up a little bit more. Is there a third floor to this building, or
No,
is this top floor?
2-story. Yeah, there's a couple of these barracks buildings that are side by side, but both of them 2-story.
I'll climb up to the roof of it and look around some more to see if I see like maybe rope or maybe a footstep from the like on the siding or something like that.
Go ahead and roll another investigation check for me.
This will go awesomely.
I'll give you guidance. Since
You
I see
are
you doing.
You can't touch him. He's on the roof.
Don't worry, it wouldn't have mattered anyways. 6.
Not that you can tell.
D&D Beyond is a cruel mistress.
That's why we roll physical dice. Jones, come on, man. SMH. Jones says I only roll physical dice to kill my players. I don't roll one for my own game, for my own character.
I don't see an easy way to get up here.
Maybe they had some kind of magic. Maybe they're pretty good. I mean, for all we know, if this was high enough profile thing, they could have made a zone of silence like I can. Yeah. Did that false bottom look in that drawer that you found, Glue? Did it look like it was only there for a little while? Like it hadn't been there for years or anything, right?
I couldn't tell.
All right. DM, would it be okay for us to check behind him, or would that be pushing things?
Also, you can get one more roll.
Who wants to roll it?
Oh,
Oh,
Not Gloob. Gloob is going to go to the door now. The door
Alright.
to Firebrand's place.
I'll guide our good buddy Julian.
That's 1d4.
Yeah.
1d4.
That's all the same.
I don't know if I was getting that sweet 2d4 goodness.
No, it's past 10 minutes.
Not bad. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
15 plus 2 plus 3.
You're not quite sure.
All right.
I'm just
It
can't
seems.
tell.
Yeah, this one seems it's like the coloring of the wood looks like like of the false bottom, and like the area around it looks a lot closer. It's like this one's a little more like with the just with the functionality of how the false bottom works versus like the more complexity and just the bigger area of the back of that closet, and then that underside of there. It just looks like this, either it just saw less wear and tear, or it was just newer. You're not quite sure which. It could go either way. This could be much older and just have been better maintained, or it could be newer. You don't know.
But the one that seems to be the most damning, you said, was the closet edition. Seemed to be.
Yeah, that one seemed that, like I said, that one seemed like this probably looks like was done in the last couple months or so, like long enough that it doesn't look completely fresh, but definitely not. Like I said, you know how like some wood, like after it's been cut, when you kind of like if you handle it very regularly, like it smooths down.
Yeah.
It hasn't quite done that yet.
Okay.
So 2 things on the docket for sure. 1, contact Firebrand. Ask him about his knowledge and potential use of these things. 2nd, I think we should find a guard. He's been around for a while. Ask him about any potential trips.
I'll look over at the guard that
That's
may
watching
or may
you
not
guys.
be in the room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's been kind of hanging out over by the doorway.
I thought
Like,
he was
when
one of
y'all
the newer
first-
ones that came down more recently.
There's soldiers, yes. The
Yeah.
the militia don't stay in the barracks. The soldiers stay in the barracks.
Hey, son, have you been here for the past few months, maybe?
I've been down here since we came from the north.
All right. Oh,
I've been here for a few years.
all right, that's perfect. You
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, you go ahead. I mean, you found it. You know more about this kind of thing than I do.
Did Firebrand ever go for trips or meetings in Seaton?
Not
Potentially
really.
things lasting for a day or more.
Not really, no.
Never had like family go ill and had to leave
No.
town for a week, something like that.
No.
This would have been something in the last 1 to 5 months.
Yeah, no.
Any kind of trip.
Not particularly. He sat in on meetings of, we trying to do trade deals and stuff. He didn't trying to grow Saltmarsh up. But no, he didn't have to make trips to like away from Saltmarsh. Primary functionality was to, clean everything up, get crime down and the like.
So he hasn't left Saltmarsh for the past 5 or 6 months. Aside from
not
the
really.
war.
He's stepped out. He's stepped away for brief periods of time. Not for very long.
Very long could be even a day.
Yeah, he's been away for over a day. He's gone out when reports of bandits and stuff have cropped up occasionally. He would lead the investigatory team or whatnot. It's kind of his job, but no long periods of absence.
You got maybe like a record of when these things might have happened in the past half year or so?
All real official like? Probably not. Not like unwritten.
Looks over to Bart.
That would have been more than time enough. If there's been multiples of them, I doubt we'd be able to narrow it down. But, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask the guy, who do you know in the barracks that's maybe the least full of shit? That's an honest question.
About what?
About maybe there being something going on in the barracks that might have been kind of fishy like.
He's gonna point over to like
Hey,
where the closet, like that.
Right, like that.
Nobody had it out for Firebrand in here.
All right. That guy had to get installed at some point, so you've been in here for the past
Trust
year.
me, they asked. We don't know. It's news to us.
Right, well, we're not with them. We're trying to get Firebrand off the hook.
Starts up his hands like,
All right,
none of us
fair
know.
enough.
Like I said, we don't know. Came as shocked us when they came investigating in here. I was like, what in the hell could they find just in his desk papers? And then they started opening stuff up.
Real quick,
Not going to do it as a ritual, just to make sure. I want to do a thorough scan of magic detection around the room to make sure
You
nothing's
throw out
been
detect
tampered.
magic.
Yeah.
So you throw out detect magic. I assume you just kind of like give a pace around.
Yep.
Nothing sets off.
Okay. Not even. Okay, just nothing at all.
Not from what you can see.
Not even where like Firebrand might have had like a magic item stored for a long period of time.
No.
Like left it every night, picked it up every morning, kind of thing. Okay.
No. As far as y'all are aware, y'all don't know if Firebrand had anything magical on his person.
I have no clue whatsoever.
While they're talking to the guard, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna test that window I saw that was picked, and just move it up and down a couple of times. Is it very squeaky? Is it very loud at all, or very squeaky? Or does it seem like someone could pick this in the middle of the day and wouldn't make a lot of noise?
Roll percentiles for me real quick.
Uh, 12.
12. It seems to be maintained. I mean, it definitely is one of those where like all the stuff you've seen, like it doesn't look like they've left anything to rust where it would be super like, and this one it seems like it's pretty solid. Like it makes a little bit of noise, but like if you're being careful with it, like you just as you're kind of like doing like, yeah, that sounds like a window open though it's not like crazy loud. And when you do it slow, like you can definitely see how it could have been opened, and unless somebody was really listening for it, they might not have heard it.
Yeah, Glue will just go up and I'll do a quick sleight of hand check to see if I can do it quietly.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check for me.
23.
23. Yeah. Nobody in the other room seems to react to you messing. Like you're looking over your shoulder as you're doing it. Nobody turns at all.
And then I'll just go over to the door. They didn't like kick his fucking door down to come toss this place, right? Okay.
Like
And just check for the same thing, for any sort of lines or marks on the locks.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
5.
5. Not that you can see.
Yeah, wonderful. So they definitely only came through the window.
Right.
Julian's got his camera out, taking like evidence pictures and stuff.
You got your white gloves on.
And
got keen mind.
And the closet is the closet thing for sure. You said that there was extra wood added into that, or it was wood reduced.
No, it looked like the panel had been like cut out of the back.
Okay.
Like probably like a heftier portion had been cut out, and then like a thinner portion had been set in there as like the false back.
Gotcha. All right, just making sure.
And like I said,
detail.
like there wasn't any yeah.
So someone had to bring wood in to make this.
Perhaps.
Right. I mean, I guess maybe they could have fashioned it out of another piece of furniture or something. Sure.
Right.
But
that logic would dictate.
The bedside table is already here. It would have just been a pretty simple matter of installing it, I guess.
Right. Well, I guess we didn't find anything, but at least got some kind of fishy information about these things being installed when they were.
Yeah, a couple of months ago. And then all of the Swahagan stuff started happening. And Seaton's reimbursing things for the war now when they didn't want anything to do with it. It seems like people are, I mean, at least to me, right? Something's being paid off.
Right.
Maybe even us.
That's Jordan's just gonna kind of do that and send through the earpiece to Gloob.
If they're trying to make nice with us, that may mean, even for sure, that someone in the city is still involved. We should discuss this on the boat, not here.
Yeah.
Just shake my head.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Never mind.
But after that, looking over at Bart and be like,
I don't think that snack held me over. We should get some food on the boat.
That sounds good.
facial expression being like, I am full of
option.
shit. Let's go.
Gotcha. All right.
All right. Guard.
Oh, we're heading out. Okay.
Guard leads y'all back down. Just like I say, he seemed just kind of like this entire time has been watching y'all, just kind of curious. Like, doesn't seem like hostile by any stretch. It's kind of weird, but
Right. All right. Well, appreciate you looking over. So we're probably going to try to check out the other council member's house a little bit later. Just letting you know real quick. But we'll be back a little bit.
We don't want to do that right now.
Well, I mean, we can discuss things first, you know.
Okay.
All right. Well, hope y'all found whatever you're looking for, I suppose.
We appreciate your assistance deeply. Thank you.
He looks vaguely suspiciously at you, but
It was Ernest
Right.
that rolls up.
yeah, right.
Inside it'll be.
It seems like word may have spread of your hostility towards their presence. So it's like,
We got bigger fish to be angry about
but
right now.
It's like, yeah, all right. So y'all exit, and as y'all kind of, you said were y'all actually heading back to the boat, or what are y'all doing?
We can discuss it wherever. I'm okay with that.
I thought we were heading back to the boat, but also Julian is not
Valid.
going to just go off by himself, so.
Fair enough. Well, anyhow, as you guys head off to wherever y'all are going to discuss this, as we're going to go ahead and take a break real quick. Because it's already 9:05. Crazy. Time flies when you're investigating. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank everybody who's here who's watching. I hope y'all are having a good time. I know I am. We're going to go take a quick bio break, stretch your legs, reverse some drinks, all that fun stuff. Encourage you to do the same, but leave your computer where it's at. Just leave it on this page and just return once you see our faces hanging out here again and yapping and whatnot. But we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Bye! And hello, I just turned y'all up really loud instead of unmuting you. But now we're okay. There we go. Fixed it. Welcome back. We returned. Is it too late already? I fucking went yank. Fucking yanked that right back down. But welcome back. We return again here with these same folks. Everybody still as they were, I believe, more or less. Does everybody feel the same? Anybody feel different significantly? Changed by their experiences at break? I guess not. Well, we're going to continue with the second half of this session. That being said, first half of the session, our party members chatted a little bit, traded information of what they had learned, kind of deciding what they were going to do, and they decided to go get their fucking money. Talk a little bit with the guards, kind of chat them up a little bit. We're like, hey, what y'all been doing? How y'all feeling about things? But got their money, numbering in quite a bit, 10,000 gold pieces equivalent. Feeling a lot richer than they were before. They then went and spoke to one Jacob Shepard, who was the interim captain of the guard in since Firebrand has departed. Getting a feel for him, kind of getting the understanding that most of the soldiers within Saltmarsh that had originally traveled down with Firebrand weren't pleased with his arrest, but were told to stand down by him, and that from what he had seen as he had been present when they searched some of the residences of both Primwater and Firebrand, that they were not planting this as it was done, that it looks like that they walked in and searched the place, located these hidey holes, and pulled evidence out from them. Telling them that they would have access to both residences, assuming they were escorted by a guard, kind of keep an eye on them, making sure they weren't being rowdy or wild or thieving. But that they would be able to do so, and that he would possibly meet with them later in the night, that he would still be around. Going to basically Firebrand's apartments on the second floor of one of the barracks. And they searched around, finding many places where there had been hidden compartments and things throughout the building. Julian, however, able to identify that at least some of them looked like they weren't quite so old, a couple months at best, maybe a little longer, maybe a little newer, causing them to think that somehow this stuff had been added in, maybe a little bit earlier, not quite right around the time, not right at the time when the stuff with Swahagan started, but beforehand. But not quite sure how or when. Gloob identifying that someone had picked one of these windows at some point. Whoever it was very good, barely leaving a trace that he had a hard time noticing, even with his scrutinous eye. And then exited from the barracks, planning to discuss things, maybe actually getting a bite to eat, maybe merely an excuse to depart from the barracks on Julian's behalf, and that's where we're going to rejoin our heroes. Where are you guys going? Oh, no, outside the barracks?
Boat or elsewhere?
Well, I don't think it's really going to matter much where we chat. I guess we got some fishy information now. Well, you know what? I probably need to go ahead and take Brila someplace to get fitted real quick before we go on, so we can walk and talk. I reckon that's
Wherever. As long as it's not near potentially prying ears.
I mean, streets aren't that big, but we can keep our voice down.
Blue will keep an eye out for anybody that is keeping pace with them or seems to be listening into their conversation.
Go ahead and roll a perception check. I've been saying investigation so much, I almost said investigation.
I would like to do the same while we're walking and talking.
Go ahead.
That's good. 8.
22. 8. Nobody seems to be following you guys.
22. 3 people are definitely.
And with a 22,
Right behind us.
and with a 22, nobody seems to be paying particularly attention to you guys either.
I moved the guy that's following us. Sorry, I'm trying to look by you.
Excuse me.
He's just standing over you with a notepad.
That's like one of those like fake mustache glass and nose things. Just.
Right.
Yeah, so we got some definite signs of people fiddling around with stuff in there, and perhaps making additions over the past few months. But I'll ask Firebrand about it by the end of the day, maybe before the meeting starts, just so we can have confirmation on that. Maybe he might be able to explain himself a little bit better.
If it was installed without us knowing, that complicates things even further. Although, Gloob's discovery by the window may help.
Right. So we had false bottom to a drawer, right? And that drawer was in what?
It was in the desk.
Okay, just making sure it was a desk drawer. And then we had false back to his closet, right? And then it was underneath a nightstand or coffee table.
Yeah, it was like an end table on next to the bed.
Okay.
Next to the bed, like one of those like kind of chunkier ones that had some like drawers and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So end table, closet, and desk drawer had 3 hidey holes.
And also a floor piece.
Oh, there was a floor piece that. Okay.
Jakob just took a minute to find it because he was scrutinizing the rest of the floor so hard.
All right.
What I don't get is, if you're gonna have a hiding hole, you don't want somebody to find it. And if they do find it, all that's gonna do is make them want to look for more. So you want to keep as few hidey holes as possible, so somebody doesn't find one and then go, well, now I need to look for more. And to have like 5 in there, you know, that's just another thing that's just too good of, you know.
Yeah. Does Julian know from dealing with his brother if like one big hidey hole or kind of spreading the love is more common or normal?
I guess roll a wisdom check if you're trying to recall.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
while hanging out with his brothers.
Yeah.
Plain wisdom, no other stuff.
Yark.
I have a plus. Oh yeah, I forgot my wisdom's pretty decent. 21.
21.
Nice.
It depends on what it is, and it depends on how well hidden. Like what Jakob's saying is makes sense. Like if your stuff's hidden kind of shittily, if they find one, they're gonna find the rest because they're gonna be looking even harder. But at the same time, depending on what is in each hidey hole, maybe you have ones that are easy to hide because I can easily I was having an affair, and that's what I was hiding in that one, so it was a little easier to find, maybe.
And here's where the evidence of my murders are.
Right, and that's in the more well hidden, maybe sometimes maybe false trails are led with more easily ones that could be you could play it off as something else, even if it is a little shady. But then there's also and that's for more documentation stuff, things that are goods. Tend to be you've got to find one big spot, and that's where your brother had things that were hidden away, and that was more of he had multiple locations in different buildings for items. He instead of spreading his things out within one building, he would spread goods out between a couple of different buildings themselves.
That can be true. It would depend on what's being hidden, how important it is, what your resources to work with are, so on and so forth, but these are all things relating to the same subject. Seems a bit odd to scatter them about.
Yeah, and I mean something as important as, hey, I'm working with pirates.
Right.
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to have it all spread out. Increase your chances of somebody finding it. I mean,
Go ahead.
I know we're all in the same boat.
There's too many factors. Yeah. Age of the hidden locations. The fact that they were all found. The marks outside the window. Seems, builds upon our already disbelief in the situation.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that it's not really defensible either, right? You can say,
No.
yeah, it's a little bit too perfect that there's 5 hidey holes, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but there's no rebuttal to that. There's nothing Firebrand could say. It's even if you do say that, it doesn't make it any less damning what they find in them.
No, it's not the kind of evidence we could provide, but it is the kind of evidence that can help push our investigation in the right direction to find something we can use.
Right.
Helps us ask the right questions.
Yeah. Nothing real concrete yet, though. We definitely need to get some more information on our side first and foremost.
Well, we may have a chance to talk to this Captain Lucien as well.
Right.
Eventually.
All right. Well, have we made it to someone who might make saddles for a squirrel?
Yes.
Or
I mean, there's a leather worker who would make and retrofit saddles.
We're about to have a crazy conversation.
So just to get this straight, are you just wanting to you're wanting to fit Brila for a saddle?
Well, I mean, there would probably have to be some customizations made to it, since most horses aren't expected to climb up walls and shit.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit more of an extended process, but I've got money to pay for a rush job.
Mm-hmm. So, unless you are desperately wanting to engage in conversation with this leather worker, like this saddle maker dude, kind of jack of all trades when it comes to leather. I'm gonna say, like you said, it is a more specialized saddle. I will say that he can basically customize, like working off of a separate saddle, modify it to basically have like leg straps where you could strap yourself in. I will say, mechanically, this will mean you're gonna have to spend an action to either strap yourself in or not. Basically, with that benefit being significantly harder for you to be unseated.
Okay.
Like she could run you up the side of a tree, and you're really not gonna have any issues staying in. But it would take an action to tighten those straps or untighten them. So to undo or do those straps, it would cost you an action. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, cost-wise, I'm gonna say he's modifying an already existing saddle, but he's having to do work on it, and you're wanting to make it a rush. I'll say he's gonna charge you 3 gold for the custom saddle.
3 gold for a whole saddle?
He, like I said, he can take an existing saddle, existing bit and bridle, just 2 gold pieces. He is modifying it and for a rush order, like full on making it. Yeah, same 3. Unless you really want to pay more gold.
Saddle's only 2 gold?
Mm-hmm. Bit and bridle, 2 gold pieces.
Bit and
bit and bridle. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was about to say, like, that's insanely cheap.
I was like, fucking going wild.
I don't think that you would...
Curiosity, I'm just saying you're just wanting like a standard like riding saddle. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Modifying an existing riding saddle, I'll say is gonna be 15 gold pieces. To add on, like taking the original, so it would be more, but taking one that he already has and modifying it from that point, I'd say charge you 15 gold pieces for that on top of a rush order.
Right, and it probably wouldn't need like a full-on bit as much as like a head harness, rather. I mean, I can talk to my saddle or talk to my mount, so
yeah, you don't have to do much with your hands in terms of directing her.
Right. Yeah, in that case, I will give this dude 20 gold and be like, all right, well, make sure everything's real comfortable now. She'll nod if it's all right, and she'll shake her head if it ain't. So, you understand?
Okay. Like little kind of like birdie, like bird-like dude. Kind of like, yeah, I mean, like elderly, definitely looks like he's probably younger than he looks. Time has not been kind to him. He's got real like long, thin fingers. But he's like, I can do that. Yeah. All
right.
Just kind of side-eyeing Brila. She'll nod.
Yeah, she'll nod. I was like, go ahead and show him. Yes is yes, and this is no.
It's kind of bobs her head up and down.
All right.
Okay.
I'll be back in a little while. How long do you think it'll take?
Just looks up, kind of. Remainder of the day, at least.
All right, sounds good. I'll be back around dusk then. Okay.
So,
give her some pets and leave her behind.
Well, does that little like tail twitch that squirrels do when they're just kind of sat still? But
word.
All right. Squirrel saddle handled.
Hell yeah.
Until she gets bopped out of existence and then just falls wherever she was at.
Yep.
Anywho.
But that's never going to happen, so it's fine.
No, never.
I know exactly what's going to happen is that we're going to be in the high seas and I'm going to be like, ha, jump over to the other boat, and then someone's going to shoot her and I'm going to fall into the ocean and that saddle's going to be gone forever.
God forbid your legs are tied to it. In the water. Can't move my legs. Yay! Fair enough.
Okay. Awesome.
And come back and be like, hey, I need another one.
Another one. Is it easier since you've made it before? Is it cheaper?
Like, after the fourth
a duplicate.
One, he's going to be the nation's only expert in squirrel saddles.
That's fucked up. But y'all have, a squirrel saddle is being worked on. Where are you guys going now?
back to the guardhouse and get someone to follow us to the other council member's house?
Right.
Yeah. I'm stopping in the bookstore real quick, but don't worry, I'll catch right up.
All right.
Don't let Jakob in there.
You said bookstore.
The lady said he wasn't allowed in there last time, anyways.
Good.
You never said anything about that to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I'll go check. Well, I mean, I'll go check with him. Don't want any wrongs.
Best not to risk it and damage Gloob's reputation.
Yeah, walk in like 5 minutes after me.
Okay.
The bookstore's
Joey
on
just
fire.
looks-
What happened?
Joy just looks
Uh,
confused.
Gloob is going to run in there real quick and look for they have like bound paper, that just bound blank paper.
you want like a notebook?
Yeah, like a journal of some type. Like
Blank
big
book.
one.
Roll percentiles for me.
60.
60? Yeah, there's one.
Awesome. I will procure that from them, as well as fucking erasers in ye olden times, bro.
No,
No,
I don't think
what's the
so.
closest thing? Just like
New paper.
new paper. God damn it.
Lined.
Yeah, you just.
Sure.
Ye old whiteout.
Ye old, yeah.
I don't think they had whiteout either. I think paint. You might as well get new paper if you were gonna use paint on it.
I'm sure prestidigitation could probably take care of that. Like, oh no. Go back.
I'll buy. How much does that cost?
I want to say that like books are supposed to be like fucking 25 gold, and we said that was dumb. I'll say a blank book. It's still a lot of paper. I'm trying to remember how much it was for a full printed book that we said. Does anybody recall how much y'all ended up spending on those?
5 for complete blank.
That's what I was thinking. Let me see here. Book. These fucking books are 25 gold pieces. Spellbook's 50 gold pieces. That makes a little more sense. But it's lighter than a regular book somehow. That doesn't make sense either. Well, yeah, we'll say for a completely blank book, it'll be about we'll say 4 gold pieces. Why not? I like uneven numbers because I can.
4 gold.
Yeah.
And then
4 is an even number.
I meant like not non-divisible by 5. How's that?
Just messing with
It's
you.
like because it can result in fucked up numbers. I like multiples of 5. All right, usually. I have a bad habit of just being like multiples of 5. That's the only way I do things.
are we sticking with the 10 gold cost for a 1 ounce bottle of ink?
I'm gonna if we're reducing the book cost, which has a lot of ink in it, I'm gonna say a 1 ounce bottle of ink. Fucking like a gold. Why not?
Gold. I will buy
Sure.
10 of them.
You have 10 ounces of ink. You've very nearly cleared him out of ink.
And a ink pen.
And an ink pen.
And I'm good to go.
Okay.
Jakob's just gonna stick his head inside. Hey, did you get any more of those books that I bought last time?
Educational.
No. You don't figure they get shipments of books very frequently. And the what's the word I'm looking for? The market has been closed in that department for the most part, for up until very recently. So you like
have any books concerning like vampires?
roll percentiles for me, Jakob.
44.
44. Fairy tales.
I'll buy them.
But that's it. Sure. I'll say you get there's 2 fairy tale books. So for that full on books be about 10 gold a piece.
Still cheaper than buying one book, which I have
Yep.
done before.
I don't know,
Okay.
understand why books are 25 gold pieces by default. Nobody can read except for the
Hey,
rich.
They give you the benefit of knowledge.
Sure. What's up, Glue?
The single most accurate
I
part of
spent
D&D.
1 gold on the ink pen. This is purely flavor. If you're okay with it, being like one of those ink pens with like big ass feather on the side of it.
Sure.
Sick.
All right. You stick a feather in your hat?
Not right now.
Not yet. I haven't earned my feather. It's a sign of a truly remarkable captain, is the feather in the hat.
Had nothing to do with that. I'm just being extra with the pen. Now y'all are just giving me ideas.
Now I got the deep lore of the feather in the hat of like the truly prestigious captains. At least in the stories. The bigger the hat, better the captain.
They say.
That's what they say.
That's it. Sorry.
Oh man. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So aside from the bookshop, y'all are going to request an escort for the Primwater estate. All right. Alrighty. Easily enough provided. This one not in like his hanging out wear. This one in his full like get up. Walking you guys, kind of accompanying you guys down towards the familiar past the Owland and the Solmore estates, and then to a not smaller, but he's a little less wealthy than the Solmore family, so probably a little smaller than the Solmore estates, but making up for it in just absolute gaudiness of just it less so because it looks like maybe they've started taking shit off because like yeah we seized these assets, this is getting liquidated, but clearly like peacock to the nth degree, like very much trying to show off his wealth, like statues and busts and like manicured like hedges and things, but the guard, there are a couple guards that are kind of keeping an eye on things since this is like it's theirs now. It belongs to the crown, so they kind of got to keep an eye on it. But the soldier that comes with you, kind of escorting you guys inside. There are. It looks like he had, because you know that Gellin Primwater was a merchant by trade, and whereas Eda Owland owned a bunch of fishing boats, and the Solmore family kind of dipped their toes in a little bit of both waters. He was purely a merchant. It looks like he has a private whatchamadoer, a warehouse that is on his grounds for at least some of his things. But leading you guys into the house itself, it is fancy. Definitely looks also turned over in a lot of ways. Drawers pulled out all over the place, and a lot more space than Firebrand's living quarters.
This is gonna take a long time.
Oh,
Yep. Well, let's get started.
Yep.
You want to all take a room together at a time, or split up different rooms?
I think that would probably work best so we could get through the rooms quicker. Just everybody in the same room doing a different thing.
All right.
Okay. So keep things relatively simple. Ground floor has, standard races. It's got like a dining room, a sunroom, kitchen, study, with like books and the like. Kind of this all on that first floor. It looks like these second two levels are kind of like guest / entertainment ways. Well, this building actually does have a third floor going up to what appears to be like his personal suites and things of like massive like closets and stuff along those, where he kind of peacocked himself personally, similar to his home. So y'all are starting off on the first floor.
Right. I guess I will try to hit us with a emboldening bond when we start checking his study and the rooms that might be adjacent to it, kind of in that sort of area, and probably use the last one once we get to like around his bedroom, to where there might be some more personal effects, to where I
Sure.
would just assume the most common place for people to hide documents would be.
Maybe the warehouse.
I don't think we're going to get to searching the warehouse today. If we're going to be doing a thorough search.
So
Have we seen the warehouses coming to and fro Saltmarsh? Do we know if there's like office buildings in those warehouses or anything like that?
y'all have not been inside, so you wouldn't know what's inside.
I've been inside one of them.
Not his. This is his personal warehouse that is on his property.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I
Yeah.
thought you meant he owned a warehouse on the docks.
You figure he probably also does, but this looks like is like a smaller warehouse, like not like a full like giant enormous size warehouse, but like a smaller size like warehouse that is on his property, where you figure probably would still are like more valuable things, that kind of stuff. Maybe if he's doing business with another merchant who's passing through, maybe like using it as like a here's like me doing you a favor. You can keep your goods in my personal warehouse on my land rather than at like the general places where more like security isn't quite as good, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. And if that's the case, I would definitely want to use an emboldening bond for that.
Okay, and so you have two, right?
Yeah, I have two. Yeah.
Same.
So study and
If y'all are
maybe,
all
like,
searching one room at a time, you will not search the entire ground floor in 10 minutes. So if y'all are all kind of doing room at a time, okay.
Like if he has the study and then like I don't know, a sitting room next to it,
Right.
or something like that, I would kind of want to get like the sitting room maybe within that time frame, because it might be one of those things where I'll walk outside and get this document type kind of crap, right?
Right. It's like yeah, you have like this sitting room that's attached to like the sunroom, kind of a couple things that are all kind of laid out about in that front slash kind of like ringing around, kind of going around where the kind of like in this L shape, kind of slight curving L shape, because you have the stairs that go up here. Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to start with the warehouse or start with the mansion or whatever first?
Probably
Alright.
his personal
that.
properties, as if he was actually keeping anything there. He wouldn't keep it in the warehouse as others
Yeah,
would.
we could do a once over real quick before we start searching stuff, to just see what other junk they found, right? Like in Firebrand's place, how they had like, oh yeah, this is a drawer that was ripped open and clearly had a false bottom, type kind of thing, and maybe go from there.
So before you're casting emboldening bond, you're wanting to see what they obviously left behind, like what they discovered.
Right.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Get a round of investigation checks as y'all kind of look for what they had found. 5. Okay.
Roll a d4 for me.
Love to hear it. Let's go. Oh man, what's that one?
This was just the once over, not with the D4, right?
Correct.
Right, not with a D4.
Jakob.
Less than my other rolls.
Jakob, as you're starting to kind of move around, Sin has been kind of like watching and has gotten like more and more interested as you guys have been like looking at more and more stuff, like getting like curious, because it's like this is getting more exciting. This is like, oh, there's secrets and like hidden drawers and stuff, and it's like all of a sudden she just can't seem to contain herself, and for the next minute she's like constantly like talking at you, and it's just the volume of her voice, it just seems to grow like deafeningly loud, and just coming from all around you, and you were deafened for 1 minute.
Aquamarine.
What'd you find?
This guy right here. 1 second. Oh no!
Jacob, you said something?
I will try and look at Jakob and am obviously mouthing words to him, trying to make sure he's okay, because I decided that I would, since I can use emboldening bond in place of lesser restoration, I decided to suck it out zone of truth in place of lesser restoration. We need that emboldening bond to make checks. No, I'll go ahead and I'll cure him of it, because I wouldn't know what it was, and I definitely don't want him to suffer it all. So I'll go ahead and burn one of my emboldening bonds, and I'll just try to.
Okay, and does lesser restoration end the deafened condition? Out of curiosity, like, is it on the list of things that it does?
If not, I just wasted it. Let me check real quick.
I mean, you would know. So I would say if it doesn't, that you would know that. I mean, I guess unless you,
Yes.
if you're not stopping to,
Yep,
okay, so
it does.
okay, I thought so. Just wanted to double check. I couldn't remember if it was only like
it did too,
physical
but
ailments. I wasn't quite sure, so I just wanted to double check there. Yeah, so burning it, you guys feel that brief like burst of kind of that tingle you get when Bart hits you with the emboldening bond, but then it all seems to sap out of you in the direction of Jakob, and Jakob, it's all of a sudden the sound of your daughter's voice just lessens until it's back to its regular volume. She's still asking all her questions, but you can hear everything else around you as normal. In addition.
Yeah, sweetie. Yeah, that brick is very interesting. Yeah,
I bet you there's like poison hidden in it.
Well,
That's
I'm
like
sure. Sure
like in the
Blue would be
stories.
interested in that.
What? Oh, you're talking to your daughter again.
Yeah, Sin said to check the brick. It might have poison in it.
Like a vial, like a poison vial.
It's just like a vial.
I'll point at the brick. This one?
Yeah, that one.
Pull on the brick.
It's a fucking brick.
it's a fucking break.
It's in there.
Knock on the brick.
Sounds like a brick.
Maybe
Sure.
not that one. Sweetheart.
Sherlock Holmes, she is not. I bet you there's. She's just like kind of whispering to you, like just kind of in awe. She just kind of looks around everywhere. She's like, I bet you it's in here somewhere.
I'm sure we'll find it.
Seems to be kind of getting into like the investigation that y'all are doing, just like.
Philip is gonna look beside Jakob really intently. Do I see anyone?
You just see Jakob.
I don't see anyone beside him. Okay.
Alright. Well, I got a 5. So.
You also got a 5. So we got 2 5s so far. All right.
5 squad.
14.
14. Okay. And then the natural 1. Jesus fucking Christ. Julie. Y'all aren't. It's like you're thinking it's so weird. Like they were just kind of out and about. Like maybe they put them back in his house. Y'all don't see him anywhere. Julian, looking around, and for you, you find similar evidence of some of these kind of similar kind of things. Like in his study, there does appear to be like there was this one wasn't just like a false bottom in a drawer. This one looks like, rather than like it was in knowing of that, like it's very very obvious false drawer bottoms. The one that's on the study desk is actually, it's on the side, so like it's this like that nice like walnut topped desk, and it has its drawers and things that are right there, but then it's beneath the drawers, like down by where your like your side of your foot would be. There's like a slight, like where it would have originally like pushed in and then slid back, like leaving what looked like previous like a solid like that side section of the desk, with that little gap in the side. and some other bits and bobs. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing in the world to hear empty stuff being described. So we'll say kind of in a similar vein to some of Firebrand's ones. These ones a little more spread out. There doesn't seem to be multiple in each room. It looks like maybe he has like one over here, like that he kind of had them spread throughout the house. The ones that they found, at least that you see that are obviously the ones you're looking for. It takes you guys a little bit longer to track all of these ones down because the three of you don't find anything, and Julian just ends up kind of having to go behind you. I mean, like, well, surely there was something in here because I found one down here. There's got to be something else. And you find some similar ones. These ones seeming to be, for the most part, a couple of smaller hidey holes, a couple that seem to be small enough and slender enough to have probably held documents, and a couple that appear to have been like chunkier, like boxes that maybe held like either some small amount of goods, maybe coin. You find like a couple coppers probably, about. But for the ones that's what you find for your search for things that had already been uncovered by these guys.
That turned up a bit less.
Right. Yeah.
But by the numbers, probably close to like a similar number of hidey holes just spread throughout the entire. By volume, way less by living space, but. Yeah.
Wait, you found something?
Blue takes the lampshade that's off on his head off. What did we find?
One false drawer, but not really a well-hidden one.
I mean, it was open already.
Yeah, you said it was a more obvious one anyway, right?
No. I was saying the false drawer, there was no false drawer. Unlike Firebrand's, the one that was in his desk was a different, like it was down, like I said, it was that side panel down near the bottom, near the foot, where it looks like it would unless you were like going over the entire desk and like very, very thoroughly examining it, it probably wouldn't have been like your first guess, but there was a gape, like a hole in the side when you crouched down and were looking underneath it. So like no false bottoms in any of the drawers.
Like, I misunderstood, my bad.
Yeah,
Does
just
it look-
this.
Does it look new too?
Was I able to gauge any kind of age on this one?
Roll an additional investigation check for me. And like I said, you did find the others that the other ones missed. I realized that as I was describing that in detail, that's not particularly exciting. Describing things that have already been opened in detail, but some other hidey holes, a couple of which probably looked like they held documents, others that looked like they held maybe slightly more sizable things, but nothing huge.
Well, a whole lot higher on this one. This one's a whopping 15.
A 15. You're not sure. I mean, it looks. It looks like it was built very purposely to match with the rest, and it looks like maybe this one was of good enough construction that when it was opened and closed, it didn't rub. Like this one looks like it was probably pretty well hidden. Like it blended with this desk pretty darn well.
This is an actual hidey hole versus the crafted ones. Is what I'm getting off of that as a
Does it look like the wood grains match on the surface of the desk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that it looks like this was an actual piece cut out of the desk. And
Yeah,
then
like
placed back into. Okay.
right.
So this is like a desk that was made to have some secret shit in it. Cool. All right.
In which, for the record of Firebrand stuff, it didn't look like it mismatched by any stretch. Like it looked like it was constructed to do that thing, but just when closely examined for that one, for the closet, it definitely looked like it was newer. And Julian did take a look at that hidden drawer, and the hidden drawer looked like it matched exactly. That like the drawer with the false bottom.
Right. Okay.
This is definitely more intentional, or built in, but
Right.
still not necessarily damning. I don't see why most merchants wouldn't keep at least one subtle place for important documents.
Is that something common amongst merchants? Do they have a lot of people stealing their documents?
Do you not keep somewhere to keep your valuables?
I mean, I keep them with my wife. People don't really mess with my wife.
All right.
Just fucking Chewbacca and motherfuckers just ripping their arms out of their sockets.
All right. So, hell, this ain't what I'm good at. Should we take a look at the warehouse before we decide to start really combing through the house itself?
Sure.
Okay. I'll head on out there and give it a once over to see if anything's been tossed through, or I guess.
Also, just kind of as y'all are going through, as y'all did that, y'all did a quick once over to find the easily noticeable stuff, so that didn't take you nearly as long. That was probably like a 30-minute just kind of going through, kind of looking for things that where they had left stuff open. All told, y'all are starting to get into the mid-afternoon at this juncture, probably getting around like 3, closing on 4 o'clock. But, so y'all are stepping out to the warehouse, and you say you're casting Emboldening Bond as you guys are looking to toss the place?
Not yet. We're still
Okay.
going to try and do a once over to see if they've like.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're stepping in this warehouse, and like I said, it's a smaller, so it's not like a full size like big one. It definitely had to be a bit smaller to fit here on his property. But you do see boxes, lots of them. Some of them open. I say some of them. Basically all of them open. It looks like they were looked through. As you're doing it, looks like there is, there doesn't appear to be an attached office here within this warehouse. Since it's on the property, you figure he probably, like any bookkeeping that had to do with this warehouse was probably kept within the home.
Okay.
So, if y'all are all rolling some quick investigation checks, go right ahead.
Yep. So of course I rolled a natural 20 on this.
Okay.
So total of 21.
Very nice. 3. Phenomenal.
It's Julian's
4.
turn.
Nice.
What?
Got an 8.
8.
Hey.
The struggle is real. Jakob?
4.
4. Okay. Sorry. So we got 3, 8, and 4.
I'm on the floor. Hey, that's a
Knocking
raisin.
on
Oh,
floors.
that's not a raisin.
Oh no, rat.
Oh! Y'all. Huh. What's wrong with y'all? All of you that rolled below 10, there's stuff in here. A good bit of it. This is like this is a merchant's, like a merchant thing, that a stocked merchant's warehouse. Bart with a do what?
Anything valuable?
What does Gloob consider valuable?
Shiny things,
Shiny
obviously.
things.
Anything? Roll a percentile check for me. Y'all are being followed around by a guard.
They said for us to not take anything from the house. They didn't say anything about the warehouse.
DM, you can check D&D Beyond. I shit you not. That is a natural 100. I shit you fucking not, dude.
I'll say with a natural 100, even with your shit-ass investigation check, catching your eye from across the way, you can see where there was just spilled over in their haste. You see some shinies. Some shinies. It looks like a small, like, I say small, like a decent size, like, jewelry box that had been in transportation, maybe like pulled out of a different container and had just been like set on something and fallen, and just nobody fucking bothered with it for some reason. But looks like you see some shinies of a colorful spectrum, and some in the gold and the other valuable metals are probably contained in that pile.
Awesome.
Bart with God. Okay, gracious. With your natural 20, kind of looking through, it doesn't look from like what you can see, you don't see like it doesn't look like there was any like hidden compartments or anything, or any hidden any hidden things that they like that had been like in the walls or in the floor of this place specifically. However, you do see like some of, like I said, almost all these boxes have been opened. Some of them dumped out, and it looks like they're like some of them do appear to be like not entirely full, and not just not entirely full as in like their whatever they were holding is gone from them, like that was like spilled off onto the floor. There's like conspicuously absent from the surrounding area. Like is whatever may have been in that box. Like some of them is smaller. It just there's with a natural 20, it's easy enough to gauge even with kind of the chaos that's in here. Some stuff was like missing from here and there from the chaos. Like in some very specifically marked boxes. I'll say with a natural 20, when you're looking through these, like where some of them appear to be missing, some of it appears to be kind of similar goods as to what Julian's brother had below his home, or in some of his things. It looks like one might infer that maybe he was having some smuggled goods that were hidden, like wolves among sheep. He's kind of hiding some of his smuggled goods in plain sight. Some of the ones that were more plain, perhaps, because it looks like there's some spices and maybe some other like jewelries and things that are kind of like some like oils and things. Like you kind of pop open like a bottle that it looks like the wax seal had been broken. You think, whew, that's strong scent.
All right. Well, I mean, it looks like there's might be some goods that might not supposed to be in here, but I don't really see where they found anything that's more incriminating along for some light smuggling. No document. I mean, we can keep looking through here if you want, or we can head back inside and try to give a more thorough look, maybe the study or his bedroom or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, let's check the bedroom, I guess.
Do we want to use the last emboldening bond? Emboldening bond.
The embalming blonde.
Emboldening blonde.
Dear God.
That's the calendar he's got on the wall.
Oh no, he has a copy of the Blonde Hair of Courage on the.
There you go. We want to split up maybe and couple take the bedroom, couple take the study, and see if we can't find something with a little bit of extra pep in her step from Sorala Lee? Or do you want to focus all on one room?
I'm gonna need help from Sorala Lee regardless. I have apparently gone blind.
I mean, it is getting kind of late, I guess. The sun could have been a little bit, maybe a little bit better to do this in the morning, but we're kind of on that schedule.
Right.
I mean, I've been doing a great job trying to find things. Just haven't been there.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Having this conversation, and you just look over and you see Gloob staring at a pile of jewels. Just longingly. A little bit of saliva out the side of the mouth.
It's a lot of, you can't help but like flash back to like how Prospero Artois had like several rings, couple on each hand. You see some nice shiny rings that are in there in that pile. It's like
Julian's gonna get Jakob and where's the guard at right now?
He's following you guys around. He's kind of like being positioned in such a way that he can see all of you as much as possible.
He's going to call Jakob and the guard over to him in such a way that in order to speak to Julian, both of their backs will need to be to Gloob. Like if Gloob's here, he'll be over here and then call them over.
Was there something that you think y'all found something that they missed that you want me to take back to Jacob, or
did they both come over?
Yeah, he comes kind of walking over.
Sir.
What? Yeah.
And, Jakob and Bart maybe. So, sir, what kind of schedule are we gonna be looking at?
And a mental message to Gloob. Be quick.
What do you mean by schedule?
Well, this investigation might have to move into tomorrow. Obviously, we're running, short on time. But we are going to probably need more time, especially with the house. This property is just much bigger than the other one.
He just shrugs
What?
and he's like, as long as Jacob is allowing you, I guess. I don't think he has any particular schedule. They're probably gonna people will probably start arriving to seize what's all in here, valuables and the like. It's all
Yeah,
going
those
to the
kinds of
crown
things
now. Yeah.
Need to be inventoried because of light fingers.
Yeah.
I would like to push into his peripheral vision and just knock over an entire box.
Is Gloob doing anything? with
Make
this
an
opening
athletics
activity
check.
As like a mistake, of course.
Yeah.
13 plus 0.
Say high or low.
Always high.
What's-
You got that mental message.
You-
Gloob, are you doing anything with it?
You do happen to bump it. You do happen to go to stumble into one that is relatively light, maybe a little on the more slender side. It just kind of goes crashing down, kind of breaking some of the wood, and kind of
Good grief,
God, what do you?
oh,
Be careful. This is like
It's getting
this
dark.
is still a well. Then
That
perhaps
was right on my
perhaps you
toe.
should call it an evening then if the later afternoon is too dark for you.
I'm getting older in the years. My
I think it's
eyesight's
more his
still
age.
okay. Oh, come on. I still got good ears, all right?
Okay,
I know
Glo-
everything or not. I'm
Gloom.
trying to make sure that he's distracted through plenty of stuff.
what you doing, Gloop?
Well, I rolled a wisdom saving throw.
Uh
See
huh.
if I could restrain myself.
Uh huh.
Because I know we're in a pickle here.
If you looked at Bart's probably of a mind of, this is all stolen shit anyway, so I don't
Maybe.
give a fuck.
That is exactly what.
I got
Who
an 8
knows?
on my wisdom saving throws, so Gloob is not looking at you. Gloob is infatuated with the diamonds and emeralds
Yeah,
and
they're
rubies on
jewels
the
and stuff.
floor.
Yeah.
I guess my only question, I've already rolled a sleight of hand check. My only question is, do I get advantage from the distractions, or is it just straight roll?
I will say with everything involved, he is thoroughly distracted, so it is an advantage.
Hey,
See if that helps.
what was your original roll?
It
Yeah.
definitely. It was still very good. I mean, I'm good with sleight of hand, but so with advantage, it's a 25, 17 plus 8.
Holy shit,
I was
nice.
just
Okay.
really nervous about that 21 that I originally.
How much are you trying to grab? Like how far are you trying to push
I
it?
just wanna, it's like I just want to take the whole crate.
Like I said, it's like on this is spilled out onto the floor. You'd have to sit here and like shovel it up.
I'm gonna do if this one is just like initial handful or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
then I'll roll another wisdom saving throw to see if I call it.
You just grab like a like one handful. You got it dropped in the bag of holding. You go
no.
for it.
I am comfortable to say with an 11, I will walk away from it.
Okay, so you get a nice good handful. You've got like a handful of rings and other jewels, maybe like a necklace. It looks like kind of all in there. You'll be able to examine what exactly you got out of your loot later. You imagine? Just kind of, and I walk away. like I turn, yoink, heel
So
turn.
Real
Does
quick,
it have any?
Oh, go ahead.
would you allow me a quick investigation check of this stuff to see if there's any? I know it's just a bunch of jewels and stuff like that, but is there any like?
It's jewels and jewelry, like some loose jewels and then some jewelry. Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna be looking for anything that distinguishes like distinguishing information on this stuff. Maybe like a crest or like a seal of some sort, like a ring with a seal
signet
on it.
ring,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Or a
Signet ring.
decanter.
Get the fuck out of here! It's your fucking decanter of endless water.
I'm just never ever gonna
It's
give
big
you one at this
crystal.
point. It's just never gonna happen now. But yeah, roll a quick investigation check for me. This is gonna be quick, so it's gonna be relatively difficult. You're just kind of like, this is in the time it took you to scoop up your handful and dump it in the bag of holding.
Right.
You're just kind of
Eight.
glancing over them. Not that you can make out in that brief amount of time.
I guess to clarify, Does he have any particular meetings or any time we couldn't come by?
Not that I'm aware of.
But just to check.
I
We've
I
got
think
a
he
lot
kind of
things
there's
to do.
things are kind of hectic right now, as you would
No,
imagine.
totally. We get it.
Yeah.
We
So
have a
I
lot
think
to do, so we're trying to plan our day tomorrow.
try being the imperative word on our
Right.
end of things. It's like I said, it's iffy. We don't know when how exactly they kind of wanted us to keep an eye on things. I guess we'll be going through and inventorying them so that they can then be kind of liquidated, I suppose, for
Right.
use of either here in presumably here in Saltmarsh would be my guess.
War is expensive.
Correct. Yeah.
Well,
So
reaching the end of what we'll be doing today, but we probably will be back tomorrow. We already had to do Firebrand's house.
right.
Right.
Yes. As long as Jacob's giving you the okay. Shrugs. Like
He seems like a good man who likes us well enough, so hopefully.
Let's
Seem-
just go do 10 more quick minutes in the study, and when we out your hair. Is that all right?
I'm standing around, not outside on guard duty, so fine by me. Yeah.
All right. Yes, let's go do this study if we're gonna have to come back.
That's up to y'all.
Or do you want to split up? Two and two, or all four in the study?
Yeah, we can do 2 and 2.
All
Make
right.
this quicker.
I'll go in the bedroom. Who's coming with me?
All right.
Short people unite.
All right, let's do.
Short and tall.
Short and tall.
Hey, there we go.
Julian Misty steps.
Ah! What is happening?
All right. I'll pop out the last emboldening bond to give us bonus D4.
All right. Oh, fuck it. You cast it, and then you guys sprint upstairs, like, to get up top. Okay.
All right.
Gloob's hopping up the stairs, like, Nyum. All right. So, getting rolls.
18 total for me this time.
18. Not bad. Not bad.
Back to my original glory of 23.
Very nice.
22.
Very
Another
nice.
19 and the bond helping out.
I would say I'd
Or-
like to thank you for that additional 4.
14.
Yeah.
14.
It's a guidance
Okay.
for me. Excuse me.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad, fellas. All right. So we had tall
Who's gonna-
down in the study and short in the bedroom. Is that how it was? It's up to y'all. Okay.
Yes.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right.
And it sounds good because that gives both sides an earpiece. So.
Right. All right. So, bottom down or top down. Sorry, other way. Fucking words are hard. It's been a long day. But okay. So start with team short on in the bedroom. So we had an 18 and a 22, correct? Is that right? All right.
Yep.
So 18. This time you definitely notice the couple of like smaller hidey holes that you missed earlier that were already opened up.
Big.
As you're you go through and you're going over you're going over things and you're kind of examining the insides of these and you're seeing like where maybe some like ink was spilled, some like a little bit of like wear and tear from there within, like as if things were like picked up and put down and moved in and out of these little hidey holes. But for the life of you can't find anything new. Looks like for as far as you can tell, looks like they found everything in here. 22.
Nope.
Mr. Bartholomew. You're going over these. You see Bart. Not see Bart. You see Gloob. Examining these as close as he can, kind of giving him the squint, just kind of eyes slowly going. Big frog suspicion.
I'm inside checking the lamp.
That's fair. But as you're kind of searching around in some of these, and You get in as you're wiggling up under the bed. You're starting out from underneath at the bottom. You're kind of wiggling around. You're checking the feet. There's nothing. At least the feet. You're kind of wiggling up until you're getting up towards the headboard, or where the headboard would be kind of coming up on that back side. And you're looking around, and you just, on a whim, you're sliding your hand along that back side, and there's just a very faint, like, I'm not indentation, the opposite of an indentation, but a very faint ridge. Yeah, feels kind of like a button on that side, and kind of as you give it a little bit of apply a little force to it, and at first it doesn't give. It's almost like, you give it a little bit of, you give it a little, like, enough you give it enough pressure where you would think like a normal button would click, and it doesn't give, but you just like what the I mean, this is obviously something really, there's no way somebody this rich would have like this random ass like fuck up on their furniture, and so you push just a little harder and it clicks and kind of opens up this little kind of good gracious, this little flap on the back, and you can just see a very tightly rolled piece of paper in there, probably about yay long.
Bard, I think there's something up with this lamp.
Hold on, I found something down here.
What is it?
Is it a piece of parchment? Or
Yeah, like I said, very tightly rolled piece of parchment.
Okay, I didn't know if this guy had just like a huge doobie hidden away or something.
That'd be a weird place to put it.
It's like, whoa, holy shit, Cheech and Chong up in here. You're not gonna see. You're gonna have to come and get Bart and Glue. All right, yeah. I'll definitely unroll it and see what's going on. Is it all coded?
Yeah, it looks like, I'll say just from an initial like scan, there is like I said, it's a tightly rolled piece of paper. Mm-hmm. Rolled up in the middle of it is a vaguely familiar like slender piece of wood. Looks very, very like similar in construction to magic sticks that y'all acquired in the woods. Shit. Like probably like made by somebody different, but
right.
The basic structure is the same. It's a slender stick, and it seems to have like runes etched into it. All right. Reading over this initially, mm-hmm. It says like I said earlier, it seems like a love letter written in just like very flowery verbiage, in such a way that it's like, oh, how I miss you and how I count the days and such on and so forth, and perhaps if my will is not strong enough, I shall use this stick to see you again, and things of that nature.
Where's the guard at?
Let's see. Somebody call Hilo.
Hi.
Always hi.
At this point, he kind of bounced between. He's actually, but he had just headed downstairs like a couple minutes ago to kind of look in on Julian and Jakob.
What is it?
I don't know. It's a love letter, but it's got one of them magic sticks with it. I'm gonna have to take a look at it when we're out of here.
She said they used magic to figure out what the things actually were.
Right. There's some kind of cipher to it.
Stick it in the bag.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should give it to them to say, hey, we found this letter, and maybe they might have some more of these sticks that'll let them read it. Or I'm not sure what exactly this stick is. Or
these guys won't. It was the guys in Seaton who brought that stuff.
Right. It's according to the letter, which seems to be a love letter, says the stick might help us meet each other again, but I'm not exactly sure what the stick did. Shit. I'm gonna burn a first level spell real quick and detect magic on it. Okay. Not as a ritual, just to make sure.
You pop a detect magic, and fairly strong amounts of divination magic from the stick.
Right. See, this could be something that'll let us divine out what the cipher is. Maybe.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Do you want to stick it in the bag, or do you want to tell the guard about it? Do we trust all of the guards?
I mean, I feel like maybe we should probably trust Captain Shepard, but
Or if we give this to him, there's a chance it doesn't get to Captain Shepard.
right, yeah, I understand. We'll bring it up to him tonight, maybe. Just stick it in there for now. Is there just a singular rolled piece of paper in there?
Mm-hmm. It was not it wasn't a super big little cubby.
Okay.
It's also not super easily accessible, so.
All right. Does it seem like it's a new edition?
Roll a quick investigation check for me while you're looking at it.
We're back to the regular. That's a 6.
Not sure. Couldn't tell. All right. So you've tucked the note and the stick away. Okay. Downstairs crew. Joining Jakob, starting with our low. Jakob, with your 14. You're going through and you note the study. You note that the open panel down in the bottom, similar to where Julian had already pointed out to you guys earlier. You're like, yeah, there's one right here. Duh. But aside from that, you don't find much anything. You're pulling, like, this is the study. There's some bookshelves. You're just kind of pulling around at some books, looking. It looks like a lot of them have already been pulled down and shoved back already. But nothing of particular note. With a 23, correct, Julian?
Yes.
With a 23 down here in the study. If someone can make a noise real quick. Thank you. You're looking around, and there's like, you kind of go down into some, like in these cushion chairs. You're pulling the cushions up out of the chairs. You're kind of flipping through, and you're starting to flip. You start kind of going over along with Jakob as like there's nothing else to check. There's no hidden bottoms in any of these drawers, and you're pulling out some of these books, and you're just like you're thumbing through some of them, and in one of them you just happen to be flipping through. Because you're right, it's a book of like poetry that you note, and it's by some author. Like you're not quite sure. You're sure it's some kind of high class author. But as you notice, kind of like not it caught your eye for like a second, but you flip back a few pages, and where others are all written in the same hand, this one's just slightly different on this page from all the other pages. It's not super immediately obvious, but it's like somebody was trying very hard to imitate what was written on like the handwriting of the other pages, like whoever copied out this book. But you flip through, and there's, I would say, yeah, you dog ear it, and you flip through, and there's several other pages that are the same.
Any of them that I happen to see will dog ear, and then I'm gonna pocket it, just quietly.
Okay. As we did say, this guard was heading down this way. I want you to roll a sleight of hand. Yeah, I'd say he's kind of outside. He's kind of like leaning on the door, while he's like where he had come down. He's kind of watching as you guys kind of go. He had kind of come down from looking up from watching them do their thing upstairs. Is kind of like leaning on the door, watching you guys. Looks kind of bored, but
if he's there still,
mm-hmm.
Then going to like set it down on something. The intention being when we all be like, before we leave,
all right, time to get out of here. Look, getting kind of late. We got things to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then as we turn to leave, then kind of grab it.
All right. So you guys all kind of wrap up. Bart, you guys come on. You and Gloob come on downstairs. Jakob and Julian. So y'all are, like I said, at this point, y'all spent about a little over 10 minutes deep searching his rooms. It is starting to ease into the later afternoon. And Julian, if you're trying to just snag this kind of surreptitiously, I'm going to need you to make a sleight of hand check. You're muted.
Gotcha. There was one thing I was wanting to check real quick.
Okay.
I was going to see if I could make some kind of noise using minor illusion in the hallway, like behind the guard, just enough to try and see if I can get him to turn.
Okay. What are the components for minor illusion?
Somatic and material.
Okay.
So it would be like a wave of my hand or whatever, but there's no
Right.
verbal. I'm not having to like fucking chant and do shit.
Yeah. What are the material components?
A bit of fleece, but I don't think I need it because of my. Oh wait, no, I do if I don't have.
You don't have your bow
my
out.
blade out.
Yeah, you don't have
That's right.
you don't have your packed weapon out.
I forgot about that.
Okay. So are you still gonna try to this? So basically, you could, seeing as there are no verbal components, I would say you could try to sleight of hand the somatic and material, but you would then be making 2 sleight of hand checks.
Right. Even better, I'm going to set it on the book or set it on the shelf where it was, and then earpiece Gloob since he's the one with me. Or no, Gloob's not with me. Fuck.
Gloob's upstairs. They're at this juncture. They have come downstairs. Unless you're trying to do it.
I'm still gonna message Gloob. You know, make sure the book is kind of like right on the edge of the shelf, maybe a bit of it hanging off, so it's obvious comparative to the rest. And then message Gloob.
As we go to leave, I need you to grab the book that's hanging off the lip of the shelf.
Okay.
I describe it in the room for him.
Sure. You can give him a title and author.
Yeah.
Gloob can read. So.
And then me and Jakob will walk out and.
Let's get out of here. Time to go.
So.
1 second. I want to see if there's any books over here for me.
I believe Jacob did tell you guys outside of evidence that you any additional evidence you find to leave things as they are.
Right.
No, put it back when you're done, Gloob.
Yeah.
Message.
Don't put it back when you're done. Bring it with us.
Okay.
He's taking an interest in novels lately.
Okay. I guess I see if I don't know if Primwater was particularly, if he read anything worth reading. I don't read much, so I'm not exactly an authority on the matter. So go ahead and make a sleight of hand check, Glib, if you're trying to just like while kind of taking a peek at some of them, just kind of like surreptitiously kind of drop it in the bag.
Before I roll, is emboldening bond up at this point or no?
At this point, it has run out. You guys were using him to search the rooms.
Right. 19 plus 8, 27.
Very nice. I don't say like, and he's kind of, as everybody else has started to filter out, but you specifically like stepped off to take a look around. He is looking at you actively. He's not distracted, but easy peasy. Like as you're kind of like you're picking up and you're almost like you're shuffling through them and you're turning. And it's like as it's in his blind spot, you kind of like flick it down into the bag, just like without just sliding it down and like keeping a couple of other books together, making it look like that had been the one that was underneath the other one the whole time before just kind of putting it away. He goes, all right, you all done for tonight? I think I'm starting to get a bit peckish. I don't know about you guys.
What'd you say, Bart?
Yeah, that's good with me. A big old goose egg.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't feel too bad, I guess. Investigator types can be a bit creepy and stuff, but they know what they're doing. They don't miss much.
Yeah, seems like it. Seems like it. 18 if I needed to roll a deception check.
Yeah, 18. Yeah, you're good. So y'all exit.
Yeah.
Once y'all are off the grounds, like past whatever guards there were that are just kind of making sure no ruffians try to sneak in.
Right.
So y'all make off. You just kind of, y'all don't need me escorting you anywhere else in town. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
I really appreciate you helping us out and coming with us. And if you're supposed to be back by like a certain time or whatever, just let us know and we'll say, oh yeah, we had to go out till 8 or 9. He was out for a long time.
Just kind of waves a hand. He's like, nothing particularly specific. So
everybody needs a break sometimes, son. That's all right.
that was a break. He just stood around and just like sat some of the time even while y'all were doing stuff. Like he was just kind of keeping an eye on you guys. He breaks off.
I'll call out right before he leaves. On a more serious note, if you do hear of anything at all that may help prove Firebrand innocent,
Just kind of glances around as you say that. Trust me, we're all hoping and keeping an ear out for what it's worth.
tell us.
Sure.
And if you know anybody in the barracks that might have been hearing some fishy fiddling in Firebrand's room at some point, let us know.
Trust me, they asked around already. Nobody noticed. Not unless somebody's a real good liar, and I've played cards with all those fucking assholes. None of them are that good at lying.
Someone is.
Shrugs.
Someone's good at lying and picking locks.
They're in the wrong line of work then, I don't know.
All right.
Insight check on him.
Sure, insight check.
He's seeming sus. It's actually okay. 17.
I mean, he seems like he's being honest. It's definitely one of those where he seems like, even if he believes Firebrand is innocent, he doesn't necessarily believe like that the investigator was in on it. Like that maybe his personal opinion, that nobody in there would have been a good enough liar to not be caught by the investigator. He figures, at least.
Tip my hat. Go on.
Goes about his business.
My guard.
Magard. Shrimp. Anywho. Because we can't say the actual word, remember? We'll get in trouble. Anywho.
Shit. He just goes by and there's some shrimp being hauled from the ocean.
Get your shrimp!
Yes.
Got boiled shrimp!
Delicious.
Got a little cup full of shrimp. It's only been out for 5 hours.
Oh, Blue will take that.
Oh God.
It's still fresh. Hell yeah.
It's cooked. This is cooked shrimp. This dude's like handing out like a little cup full of shrimp.
Delicious.
It's like for 2 coppers or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. The shrimp peddler.
This is why I don't have money.
But Gloob with
Game and real life.
Gloob with cup of shrimp in hand. What are y'all doing?
Well, I reckon at this point we'll probably start to try and should we try to head to Zindros real quick and see if she can tell us exactly? We found this magic stick in a note. Just Gloob's got it in the bag of holding, but
A magic stick.
Right, it's kind of like a snap the stick and it's got a magic effect. I think it might be one
Like
of
the
things.
things, like the
Right.
things we got in the forest.
Yeah, like things we got in the forest.
But I think
Slowly involved?
no, it's like it, like the same kind of. Anyway,
Mm.
it's got
Gotcha,
divination
gotcha.
magic to it, and it might be like something for the cipher for this note I got, which is just a love letter otherwise.
We also found something, potentially.
Oh yeah.
A book, but several of the pages seemed to be forged. A different hand, but clearly trying to replicate the style.
Maybe I can take a look at those pages too if this thing's the decipher code or something.
I marked the pages, at least the ones I saw. There might have been more.
All right.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm not sure that I trust Zendros as much anymore either. Or normal stuff, yeah, but we have nothing. We know nothing about her. Where she comes from, who she does business with, and if she does have any loyalties to anyone.
Right. Well, I mean, I can crack this stick and hope for the best, but might not know exactly what it's supposed to be doing otherwise.
And if it's something we needed, we would no longer have access to it. She made it clear the first time with the other sticks. They can be used once.
Right.
I'd say let's just at least let her look at it. I mean, if she snaps it in front of us, there we go. We know she's not exactly on our side. But
Okay.
I don't think she's going to.
If y'all think it's a good idea, let's run over there, see if we can catch her before she's gone for the night.
All right. Yeah, I'll head on over there and
Okay.
I'll do a quick little sprint across town.
Yeah, y'all are actually going from one end of town all the way to the other, trying to get over to her. Like I said, it's the late afternoon. So as y'all are coming up, it looks like the tent flaps are closed, but doesn't necessarily mean anything. But kind of y'all step around kind of to where, like, you know, her kind of that carriage that she acquired at some point to use kind of like a mobile home, so she didn't have to sleep on her boat all the time. She kind of dunk dunk dunk. Similar as to before when y'all have tried to contact her after hours. Door opens slowly and sticks her head out in you know, evening wear. Well, twice in the same day, but after hours, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
You have us
If it
wrapped
is
around
quick.
your finger.
Right. Just need to know what
I am so
what
sure.
this magical scroll we found does, and I'll hand out the stick with obviously I think it was 35 gold that we paid for identifying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
With
You give her the stick or the stick with the note?
just the stick.
Just the stick. Okay. Okay.
Just
so
the stick, but on my hand, I just have 5 platinum.
in addition to the 35?
No, just 5 platinum.
Just 5 platinum instead of the 35.
This scroll, I just need you to tell me what this scroll right here does.
She just kind of looks at the very obviously not a scroll stick.
Yep.
And then a 5 platinum, and she just kind of like, it's kind of like in the palm of her hand, and she just kind of turns her hand over. Don't know where the coins went, but they're not in her hand anymore.
Or sleight of hand, good.
But I mean, we'll see real quick.
Wrist pocket.
Yeah, no, y'all do not see that. This fucking, you don't know. Was it magic? Was it actually sleight of hand? Y'all aren't quite sure, but it's gone one way or the other. She takes it and says, well, for such wonderful repeat customers, I suppose I can do you this favor. Doing her regular arcane thing, that's kind of that arcane light coming into her eyes as she takes a look at it and just kind of turns it over a couple of times as she looks at it from all sides before the light fades. Well, you went from being peeped upon to trying to be the peepers, I see. She hands the stick back.
Oh.
In the same way as that medallion you had me examine, it was a focus for divination magic to be located. This allows you to see a very specific location for a brief time.
Specific location, huh?
Yes, it seems to be tied to somewhere else. If you are familiar with scrying magics.
Nope.
Well,
I know the basic principle of it, yeah.
yes, you understand that usually you would need to you determine the focus as you perform the spell, yes.
Right.
Well, the location is already determined by this item you have here.
And let's just say I don't know where that location's at. How would I know how to get there?
You wouldn't. This is purely to look. I at the very least do not have the ability to reverse engineer the magics that went into creating this item to see where it is pointing, where it would be pointing. The only way to know would be to break it and look.
All right, I see.
Thank you very much for your assistance and your subtlety.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Should we? I'm gonna kind of look at the three of them. Just should we ask Captain Zindros about that name that we got?
We'll talk on the boat. We may have further need of your services soon.
Of
man.
course.
But
Well,
us and our gold will let you know.
lovely. Do be sure to ask before too long, as my services will be elsewhere for a while at least.
We can't imagine any later than tomorrow.
Oh, well, that should be fine. So make a noise.
Well,
never mind.
Well, thank you. I hope we didn't put you in and out of any extra business. Have a scroll of detect magic. I wish I would have known that. I can already done cast this thing. Okay.
Of course. Well, paying for convenience, you know.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Appreciate you.
Of course. Good evening, gentlemen. She
Shit.
steps back in that familiar kind of arcane blue hand, pulls that door shut behind her as it had done previously.
Well, poop. Who should use it? I mean,
I vote Bart.
You should.
I vote we should sit down and go everything before we actually take the leap.
all right.
Y'all heading back to the boat. What y'all doing?
Yeah.
What y'all doing? All
Yeah,
right.
probably head back to the boat and. Yeah, I don't know how much time we'd have to do for anything else.
No, okay. So head back to the boat with more than y'all got at Firebrand's place and more than you got for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
That's we'll go ahead and end tonight's session, gentlemen.
Hey.
Okay.
So, good stuff. The mystery continues.
Yeah.
With no
indeed.
fucking ghosts. There's no more. It should be just the mysteries of Saltmarsh. I don't fucking know. This is when you rename this, make this module a little more accurate in name. But thank you guys for joining me. I hope y'all had fun. I know I did. Thank, of course, to anybody who joined us in the chat. I hope y'all enjoyed yourselves. I know this is slower paced. There's everybody's not just fighting shit. We think about things sometimes here at Hard Knock Dice, occasionally, for at least a brief amount of time before resorting to violence to solve our problems. That being said, we are Hard Knock Dice. We do this here on Mondays, every Monday, from 7 p.m. Eastern Standard to now-ish, usually. But on Saturdays, we do our Cross Eberron campaign, which is DM'd by this fine gentleman right here in purple with his pink frog off to his right. He DMs that, which has myself and some of these other lovely fellows participating in it, along with a bunch of other people. It's a very broad cast of characters where, funnily enough, there is also pirates. We do a lot. We like pirates here at Hard Knock Dice. And like, who can blame us? Pirates are fucking cool. Though I've been told that pirates are just wet cowboys, so there's some debate in that realm. that being said, we'll once again encourage you to take a look at the International Medical Corps, open up your hearts and wallets, and do some good things for them. They definitely need it. It's helping a lot of good people with some good stuff. So we're going to end off tonight by rating TPK Roleplay. They do the Dungeons and Dragons stuff as well. That's always fun. We like to support people doing those things that we also do, so that then they'll other people support us in turn. It's a whole lot of support structure out to all the homies. So go say hi, and y'all have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Oh, whoops.